So the cars returned back to the main paddock area. We're up and away again with a rerun for the Morgan +8 in the hands of Mr. Foster, Alan Foster, running his car 118. Alan on the line now, waiting for that critical green light, which enables him to make the start in his own time, which he's done, and a time of 2.92 seconds off the start line. He's now into the S's area as John Reed comes to the line in the Sports Libera class. Mark takes the machine into the S's. We welcome visitors and viewers across the world to the live stream here at Wiscombe Park, where we're in the first time run for the Interclub part of today's programme. And we're dealing with rally cars at the moment. John Simpson taking the start line with his 2-litre Mark II Ford Escort. John always to the sharp end of the rally car class, shall we say, with this machine. Tim Porter, man who was doing the business yesterday, now on the line with the Vauxhall-powered Darien T90, with the car. Time for car 132 was a 45.35 for Mark Linforth with the 2-litre Escort. 134 Dave Merrick with the 2.5-litre Diamond powered Mark II in the top paddock on 44.44. As we pick up some of the double drivers in the racing car class. Those of you new to hill climbing, be you here at Wiscombe Park or watching online, some of the cars have 2 drivers, so we distinguish them by giving one driver the suffix of the letter A to their competition numbers. So we have to facilitate runs for the second driver, so they run out of the class, and then the car is available, of course, for the second driver. So across the parkland goes 139 Paul Crocker with the Mark I Jedi through the racing car class. Already have Shelley Deacon with her OMS PR in the top paddock, car 138 in 45.49. Paul Crocker out of the S's now in 18.12 and over the finish line in 38.30 for Paul Crocker. So Paul goes to the top of the class ahead of Tony Bonfield at the moment, but we've got some fast runners from this division yet to run. Back to the rally cars on Tim Porter with the Darien car 136, stop the clocks on 44.05 to be correct, 44.05 for car 136. John Simpson with the 2-litre Escort clocked 44.23. So very tight in the rally car class, but let's concentrate on the single-seaters. Out at the moment. And away off the line in 2.48 seconds goes Tom Williams with the MWR Storm, sharing the driving of the car with Father Mike. And we also have Carol Nichols with the Nike Mark IV. Nike was a single-seater brand, for want of a better expression, that was created by her father, and this is a Nike Mark IV. So the time for Tony Kiss with the Van Diemen car 141 is 45.64. Andrew Mathis with the OMS PR running his car 142 posted a time of 40.31. That took Andrew up into third place as the man who won the class yesterday departs the start line. It's Andrew Forsyth with the 1400 cc Suzuki powered OMS CF04. Andrew off the line in 2.43 seconds. Time for Carol Nichols, car 143, was 51.01. Tom Williams as 144 on a 40.32, and the rapid Ben Bonfield going fastest on 37.17 with the 1 litre Jedi. So that's the target for Forsyth. He's out of the S's in 17.62 and completes the run in 36.35. So Andrew Forsyth, the fastest so far in the inter-club part of today's programme. But now we pick up some of the double-driven cars from the British Championship and the British Hillclimb Cup classes. And the first of those waiting on the start line, just getting prepared for the all clear, is John Pick with the AMS Mertea 1993cc turbocharged engine. The engine and the mechanicals of this machine will come from the Subaru Impreza. John through the gate. Specialist production cars, and another double-driven car is just saved by quick reactions. On the start line was 26A Dylan Flesher from Road Going Specialist Production Cars with Caterham 7, and Dylan departed the start line, but all was not well. Perhaps he half stalled or whatever, but stopped the car before the rear axle passed the start line, therefore can have a restart. If the rear wheels pass the start line, then that's a fail. So the timekeeping crew recharging the system, gets the green light, and Dylan's away. Launches in 3.01 seconds with this 1 litre Caterham 7. Dylan 6th in the British Hillclimb Cup, sponsored by Footman James, specialist insurance brokers. And now Laura Wardle at the wheel of the Porsche 911 Carrera, which regulars here at Wiscombe Park usually see in the hands of Jonathan Williamson, and in fact we'll do so a little later when we get to the running of the class, once we've catered for these A drivers. Another of which is Andy Fraser with the Aston Martin Vantage GT4 4.3 litre machine. A large car for Wiscombe Park. The machine self-built and developed by the driving team of Tim Painter and Andy Fraser. Those who follow motorsport will Remember that they had a ProDrive GT4 circuit-based Aston Martin, but this is a lightweight version to a similar specification. Actually 100 k's lighter than the ProDrive Vantage GT. GT4. Time for 34A, that was Laura Wardle on her second practice run for the championship contenders. Is a 49.13. It's car 34A, time of 49.13. Andy Fraser with the Aston stops the clocks on 48.01, 48.01. And we now have Harry Pick with the OMS 3000M from the racing car division, 44A on 37.69, 37.69. So we'll go back up to pick up Dylan Flesher in Class B, running as car 26A. His time was a 43.05. 43.05 for 26A, and 45.62 was John Pick's effort on his second visit to the hill today. That's 25A, time of 45.62. So now we've dealt with that batch of double drivers. It's time to return cars from the top paddock in preparation for continuing with the practice runs for the British Hillclimb Cup classes. Whilst we bring those cars back from the top, let's just have a recap and see how the classes are running out in what we term as the interclub part of today's programme for the, shall we say, the more local drivers. We'll look at Class T1 in outright times. Clive Stangle and Jennifer Stangle are at the head of the order, although the results are computed not in outright times. When it comes to applying the results later in the day, then the competitors are taking it out of the classes that we see today and put it into classes that we would normally use in club motorsport, classes that suit the Association of Southwestern Motor Clubs, and their performance there determines their awards. But in outright times, Clive Stangle the fastest on 42.6, with Jennifer in second place on 43.76. Third at the moment occupied by Alan Goodair with his Golf R. Taking it to the top in 44.41. So Class T2, road-going Specials production cars. Ian Inglehart, the four-time Wiscombe champion, leading the way on outright times there with a 41.93. In second place, Joe Keep with the wide-bodied Westfield. And remember, there's two wide bodies in this class. The yellow one driven by Jim Faulkner and the red by Joe Keep. It's actually Joe's first meeting, yesterday was, the first meeting with this car. He's driven saloons here at Wiscombe before, but the first time out with the wide-bodied 2-litre car, and he's up into second place on the times on 44.84. And in third place, Richard Burnett with the Westfield Aero Race on a time of 45.33. So our attention then goes to modified series production cars, Class T3. Fastest there, the four-wheel drive 500 brake horsepower Mazda 323 in the hands of Chris Edwards. Chris having climbed the 915 metre course here at Wiscombe Park in a time of 41.32. In second place, Exeter driver Steve Clark with his 2.5 litre Subaru Impreza. Turbocharged motor and four-wheel drive, of course, also helping him to the top in 42.37. And the similar but 2.35 litre Subaru Impreza, Chris Beresford, in third place. Chris in third in the championship, the Triple M Pirelli HSA Speed Championship as well. So he's hopeful to get some points together and improve his standings there. But of course, Clive Edwards is doing quite well in that division as well, and he's currently third in the Triple M Pirelli series. So it's a competitive old world, this speed hill climbing. Class T4 caters for modified specialist production cars, and Graham Blake leading the way there with a time of 43.90. Peter Eade with his Westfield in second place on 44.63. No gremlins for Peter so far today, having a fuse blow yesterday and a few gear selection problems, but they seem to be all behind him and things are looking brighter. Philip Pern in third place with the Stuart Taylor Rolt on 45.62. John Reed, of course, on his own in Sports Libra in a time of 51.40. As we get back to action on the hill with the classes of the British Hillclimb Championship and the British Hillclimb Cup. And the car out on the hill at the moment is the Lotus Elise of Christopher Cuff. So this is Class A1 road-going series production car, up to 2 litres. Now across the park to Barnsley, local driver from Ottery St Mary, James Hudson, with the Volkswagen Golf. Regular here at Wiscombe Park, but also chasing the British Championship and the British Hillclimb Cup classes, as is the man off the start line now, Jonathan Langmead, with his 135R version of the Lotus Elise theme. So the time for Chris Cuff at the top is a 49.28. Car number 17, 49.28. As Hudson goes across the line with the Volkswagen Golf, car number 19, to go fastest in Class A1 on 44.69. Glorious sounding Lotus Exude V6 Cup car in the hands of Robbie Birrell move us on to Class B road-going specialist production cars. We have 2 times on the board already, so to speak, from A drivers. John Pick 45.62 and Dylan Flesher 43.05. So Birrell stepped off the line with the Lotus in 2.68 seconds. Time for car number 20, Jonathan Langmead, back in Class A1, 43.78. 43.78 for car number 20. Car 24, Robbie Birrell with the V6 Lotus. Top padded 43.41. As around Wiss Corner comes a Caterham 7, this time in the hands of Jonathan Flesher. Launched in 2.82 seconds. Jonathan, a British Hillclimb Cup competitor, and Steve Challoner, Wiss Corner, with the diminutive Citroen. This is a replacement Citroen C1 for the Weymouth driver. The terminal engine problem with his previous version, so quickest way to overcome a broken engine was to buy a whole new car. So that's what Stephen's done, and he's out in action today in the modified series production cars up to 1400, doing battle with Andrew Russell with the Ginetta G15. Andrew, a regular in the British Hillclimb Cup series with his Hillman engined Ginetta G15. A number of them turned out in this bright orange colour, I seem to think, but Andrew off the line in 2.81 seconds. And now Stephen Moore with the Mitsubishi. So we're talking modified series production cars. So this Evo 6 in Moore's hands goes up against the Porsche 911 Carrera and the Aston Martin Vantage. Roger Banks with his 4.2 litre Audi starter. So Jonathan Williamson gets the back end of the Carrera to sit down under acceleration off the start line with a launch time of 2.39 seconds as he comes over Bunny's Leap on his way to the gate. The time for Mark Lawrence, car number 25 with the AMS Mertea, was a 59.86. Jonathan Flesher, car number 26, clocks the fastest time in that class in this second practice run on 42.96. Class C1 modified series production cars, a time for the Citroen of Steve Challoner, 54.73, and his class adversary Andrew Russell with the Ginetta car number 29 in the top paddock on 47.10. Steve Moore has the Mitsubishi Evo in the top paddock, car number 31 on 41.67. That's in class C3 modified series production cars over 2 litres. Mike Lee now gets the green light on the start line with this distinctive Force LM. Launched in 2.6 seconds. Now into the S's. Previous single-seater driver and leaders champion. That series was the precursor to the Hillclimb Cup. Unusual mini Evo in the hands of Alan McDonald. This car basically has Mitsubishi running gear engine, 4-wheel drive, 2.4 litre turbo engine. Of course, a potent machine with that 4-wheel drive system. Alan from Dalbeattie, Scotland, along Castle Straight and over the finish line. So car 39 takes a time of 40.83, 40.83. Mike Lee with the Force LM running his car 37. Posted a time of 41.14. Back to class C3 to pick up some times there. Jonathan Williamson running his car 34 with a Porsche, 43.75, and car 35 Tim Painter. Yes, 47 dead for Tim, 47.00 for car 34. Nigel Pitt takes his 1 litre OMS off across the parkland up towards the gate, contesting class I racing cars 600 to 1100 cc's. Steve Owen makes his way down to the start line. Steve, the man behind OMS, a specialist constructor of hill climb cars. Steve sharing the drive Harry Pick's 3000M this weekend, 1100cc's. Steve's off the line in 2.49 seconds. Time for Rob Clark with his Empire Evo, car number 41, is 38.52. James Moore with his Empire 00, car number 42 in the top paddock, under 40 seconds on 39.45. Nigel Pitt also under 40 seconds in car number 43, 39.35. So Steve Owen through the S's in 19.64 with the 3000M and flashes over the finish line in 39.86. So 3 drivers in the 600 to 1100 racing car class covered by just over 4/10 of a second, but Harry Pick leading the way there on 37.69. So now we go to the class dedicated to Formula Ford cars, Class J1. Formula Ford cars, in fact, pre-1994. We already have Sarah Bosworth at the top of the hill with the Van Diemen RF85, round car 46A. She's been credited with a time of 45.35. As we move into some of the double-driven cars from the Hillclimb Championship, going up through the S's at the moment. Start number 49, Warburton with the Gould. .44 out of the S's. And now around Martini and over the line in 40.31. 40.31 for Alan Burton in the 1600 Gould GR59. 47A Caroline Ryder with the RF86 Van Diemen. 47A a time of 44.90. So has the advantage over Sarah Bosworth there. So Ben Wheeler taking the Caterham R500 up, not as a competitor, just making his way to the top paddock. And looking back at the classes, I think Ben, yes, back into Class T2 of the Interclub classes. Ben had not the time that he would expect from the Caterham R500, so it may well be a mechanical issue there. So with that, we will go back at the Interclub classes whilst we return those cars back to the main paddock area. I'm just going through confirming the positions. I think we'll start again at T4, where Graham Blake's doing the business. Modified Specialist Production cars. 43.90 puts him at the top of the order, with Peter Eade in his 2-litre Westfield second on 44.63. And the Stuart Taylor R1 of Philip Pern slots into third on 45.62. John Reed, then, the sole runner in Sports Libra with his Ford Anglia, the 2.9 litre machine, getting to the top of the hill here at Wiscombe in 51.40. And then, of course, there was the rally cars, and Tim Porter on form this weekend, powering the Vauxhall-powered T90 Darien to the top in a tad over 44 seconds, 44.05 to take the fastest time. John Simpson following him there on 44.23, and in third place with a 44.44 to his credit was Dave Merrick in the 2.5 litre Mark II Escort. So racing cars, it's Class T7 in the Interclub event, and well supported it was. Andrew Forsyth, the man who took fastest time of the day in the interclub divisions yesterday, showing his pace already on a 36.35 to be fastest in the class and overall. Ben Bomfield pushing hard though, really motoring with the 1 litre Jedi Mark IV, stopping the clocks on 37.17, and Paul Crocker, who was hustling the machine, his Jedi up through the S's earlier on, has a time of 38.30 for 3rd place. And then there's the Downton Motor Club classes. And they should be posting some times as we progress through the event. Cars coming down the hill, not competing, and some returning to the paddock area, so just clearing everybody out at the top of the hill as the crowds here at Wiscombe Park just get themselves settled, ready for the competitive runs for the interclub event to continue, and then we'll be looking towards the qualifying this afternoon for the British Hillclimb Championship. And as we mentioned earlier on yesterday, that was quite a spectacle. The top 12 going towards the end of the meeting, and the fastest man was in fact Alex Summers, currently lies 2nd in the British Hillclimb Championship. And Alex got his 2.65 litre Cosworth powered DJ Firestorm to the top in 32.94 seconds. That was a new hill record. The previous mark of 33.13 set by Wallace Mingies back in 2019. Now, whether the track conditions will enable the drivers to push that hard as the day progresses, we will have to wait and see. But whether they can reach that ultimate pace or not, then they always provide a tight battle, because they're looking for points from this prestigious championship. Today is the 24th round of this series into 2022, which has taken competitors throughout England and also to Northern Ireland, to the Channel Islands, Guernsey and Jersey. So they are well travelled. And there's the bonus of an additional championship point as well if you set a new hill record, or in fact if you better the standing hill record. So there was a bonus there for Alex Summers yesterday. So the drivers looking to qualify for that top 12 runner. One of them that made that yesterday is coming down to the start line now, Darren Gumley. Just spins up the rear wheels, getting some heat into the tyres, get added grip. Darren on the start line with the force. Gets the green light and eases the machine away from the line. 2.37 seconds for the launch. As he's now across Bunny's Leap. Getting his eye in for his braking point before he goes through the gate into the S's and way up towards Saul Bench in 17.49 seconds. Just takes a late apex at Saul Bench, carries as much speed as possible out of Saul Bench and along Castle Straight. Just nicks the marker cones at the inside of Martini and posts a time of 36.04. 36.34 for Darren Gumley. As Liam Cooper attacking the hill with the Force TA, the extra driver, clocking 18.48 as he left the S's. Now along Carson Straight, heading towards Martini, neatly through there and over the line in 38.16 number 55. Richard Spedding then, another who qualified yesterday with the GWR Raptor, out of the S's in 16.88. 1600cc machine, and he slides it out of Martini in 34.97, 34.97, now 53, Richard Spedding. As in the 1600 to 2 litre normally aspirated class, Lee Griffiths is attacking the hill with the OMS 28. Takes out a marker at West Corner, but over the line in 36.18. So the drivers are acclimatising themselves to the levels of grip that being afforded to them this morning. Back to Formula 4 cars, Alex Coles from Plymouth with the Van Diemen RF86, originally a Formula 4 racer. Alex off the line in 2.81 seconds, the same time as Lindsay Summers with her RF85. Lindsay has come to a halt. Might well have been flagged because of the marker that had been thrown up at Martini. If that's the case, then a rerun will be granted in due course. So time for car 56, Lee Griffiths was 36.18, so he made it 46. Lindsay Summers received the flag. And we would expect to see the same indeed for Alex Coles. So the RF85 and RF86 of Summers and Coles due for a rerun in the fullness of time. And once we've got everything sorted at the top of the hill, the flags can come in and we can continue as the drivers start to focus on qualification for the Hillclimb Championship runoffs. Jonathan Varley in his car, just waiting for the all clear from the start line crew, so they can then proceed with his tyre warming and come down to the start line. Battery pack plugged in to the rear of the GWR Predator, 2 litre motor. And onto the start line. Marshall points out the lights, just reminding the driver to focus and wait for the light to go green. Can then make their start in their own time. So we got a green light. Jonathan Varley ready to go. In gear and away. Just gets then with the power. 2.65 seconds away off the line. Quickly over Bunny's lead into the S's. He clocked 17.62 seconds there. Has gone up through the left-hander before saw bench and neatly through. Just takes the curb on the exit as number 10, Einan Price, with the Force TA, is through the gate. Launched in 2.33 seconds, so over up on Varley. Car number 57 in the top paddock on 36.78, 6/10 of a second off of the pace exhibited by Lee Griffiths. Einan Price, car number 10, over the line in 36.54, slot into second place. Second practice run, so terribly unofficial. Just the build-up for this afternoon. And car number 9, David Warburton from class J2, out of the S's in 17.02. As around West Corner, Richard Alexander takes the 1300 turbo-powered Force PC from class K2. S's there, but meanwhile David Warburton with the GR59 is over the line in 34.88. Car number 9, 34.88 in class J2. So 65, Tony Hunt around West Corner. And through the gate into the S's, launched in 2.62 seconds. With his DJ 55XD, was originally GR59, but DJ race cars have done a bit of work on it, so it's now called DJ 55, powered by the Indy style engine from the American Racing Series. It also propels Summers. Engine performed very well and assisted a new hill record here yesterday afternoon. So Richard Alexander, car number 61A, at the top in 50.57. As he moves away off the line goes Matthew Ryder with the 4-litre Judd powered GR59J Gould, launched in 2.40 seconds. In the championship this weekend, through the S's, and his time there is 16.85. A late clipping point at Saw Bench. Cleanly through Martini and over the line in 34.96. 34.96. So I think that beats Richard Spedding's time by 1/100th of a second. Richard with a GWR Raptor 2, 1600cc car, back in class J2. Racing cars 1100 to 1600 cc's. So you can see how critical the battle may well turn out to be. And you'll notice that all the cars have a plastic or metal strut or vane on the front of the nose cone or the bumpers, etc., and that is required to make sure that we get a good cut of the light beams that control the timing systems, and that enables the timing crew to get times accurate to the nearest 1/100th of a second. So a few more practice runs yet for the British Championship contenders as they gather more information every time they go to the track. They'll be considering track temperatures. They'll be looking at their traction control. Do they need to adjust that? Got to maximize that to help get out of particularly the two hairpins here at Wiscombe Park. Martini probably more so. There's a camber to play, and certainly when conditions are wet, the traction control saves absolute acres of time, but they'll still be looking to get as much assistance from that. Tyre pressures also very important here. Specialist slick tyres, of course, very soft compounds, not like cars that pound around the racetracks. Here we have rubber compounds that need to warm up very, very quickly and produce the grip as soon as they're off the line. So in the top class, it's Avon and Pirelli that are providing that type of rubberware at the moment. So as the car's coming back down from the top paddock area, we have, of course, the remainder of Class L, the racing cars over 2 litres, which contains a number of the top championship contenders. So they'll be looking to get their eye in, ready for the qualifying and top 12 runoffs later in proceedings. So the course vehicle back on station at Wiscombe. It's back to practice for the British Hillclimb Championship aspirants, and Kelvin Broad from Exeter next to run with his 1300 cc supercharged Force TA. Number 59, Simon Moyes with the Gould GR59 non-starter, following a indiscretion off track at Prescott last weekend. Car unable to be repaired in time for this weekend, so one driver missing in Class K2. But, 5 still left to do battle. So the battery pack plugged in, and Kelvin Broad gets the Force TA mobile and down towards the start line. No doubt will engage in some tyre warming indeed. Spinning up the rear tyres, get some heat into the rubber and thereby improving the performance away off the start line. Class K2 racing cars, 1600 to 2 litres with forced induction. Kelvin Broad got the green light. The ex-driver prepares for his departure and brings up the revs, launches away off the line in 2.38 seconds. Finds the apex, left-hander at Wiss, and through the gate into the S's. Up through the S's in a time of 17.94. Picking out all the apexes which come at you fast and furiously. Wide line round the right hand hairpin at Saw Bench. And then he tackles Martini with a flick of opposite lock and over the finish line in 37.09 for Kelvin Broad, car number 60, 37.09. The rerun for Lindsay Summers on. She's out of the S's in 22.92 and now along a Castle Street, fastest part of the hill before she gets heavy on the brakes for the left-hand hairpin at Martini. She's into Martini, a little bit of understeer, but then away across over the line at 47.92, 47.92 for car number 46. As we're back to championship contenders, Paul Haynes from Class K2 with his 1300 turbo Gould GR59. Out of the S's in 17.05. Suzuki Hayabusa twin turbo, so twin turbos to give it extra impetus out of the slower corners, and Paul Haynes clocks a time, car number 7, of 35.37 as Paul Crute is on the hill with the OMS 28 with Jaguar power, hence the colour scheme which replicates the Formula 1 cars of a decade or two ago. Out of the S's in 19.12 and over the finish line in 40.65 as Dave Uren quickly off the line in 2.46 seconds and into the S's, powering up through there in 16.91. A little bit of a fire in this car yesterday afternoon when the battery cover ignited, produced a lot of smoke, but it's good to see the car out back on the hill, and David opposite knocking it out of Saw Bench hairpin through Martini and over the line in 34.64, 34.64 for number 6 David Uren. And now car 47 Alex Coles, one of the Formula Ford contenders who got a red flag off the line in 2.83 seconds and through the S's in 22.62 as Trevor Willis comes down to the start line. This is all part of the procedure for drivers to get most out of their cars to qualify and the top 12 runoffs. So Trevor, a triple British Hillclimb champion, 2012, 17 and 18, with this OMS 28 chassis powered by 2 Hayabusa motorcycle engines which have been brought to together to form a V8, and the power output, as most of the machines at the top end of this championship, about 500 brake horsepower. So Trevor Widders good off the line in 2.26 seconds, 16.92 as he leaves the S's, and tidy through the hairpin and saw bench. Martini awaits, and it's a flick of opposite lock and power and over the line in 35.11. So we've got a few 34s. Richard Spedding 34.97. Dave Uren 34.64. Matthew Ryder 34.96. And Trevor Willis on 35.11. So it's Scott Moran next off the blocks with the 4-litre Judd-powered Gould GR59J. Again, a lot of hill climb history here, with Scott being 6-time British Hillclimb champion. Very quiet initial start. Eases the car away from the start line in 2.42 seconds. But then the prodigious power of the 4-litre Judd propels the car across the park line. It's now brake down through the gears, through the right-hander into the S's, wrestling the car all the way up through to saw bench in 16.45 seconds on the approach to the hairpin, and smoothly through tight exit as he now proceeds along Castle Straight, and off the start goes Terry Graves with the Gould DJ55 XD. And we wait for the time. Scott Moran, it's a 34.18, so he posts his intent. Down to the low 34s in practice. So they don't perform after the performances yesterday in the low 33s and 32s. So now Sean Gould at the wheel of one of his own creations, of course. Sean 3rd in last year's British Hillclimb Championship, as is denoted by his competition number on the flanks of the car. But we have red flags out at Saul Bench, and I think it's one of those marker posts again, called as the culprit up at Martini. So a red flag had to be produced for that to be removed, and Sean under a red flag now, being just waiting for instructions at Saul Bench. The marshals and West Country Rescue people coming out to just hold the car on the hill. Top line single-seater hill climb cars don't have handbrakes, as one might expect, so the marshals are holding the car there whilst things are sorting out. The post is back in position at Martini, so it's a matter of deciding whether Sean is going to go to the top of the hill and take a rerun later or take one quickly. It's going to be the former. It's moved on up towards the top paddock. So got the red flag, but we have the opportunity of a rerun in due course. So once we've got the red flags in, the next man to take to the track will be the man who set the fastest time of the day yesterday and a new hill record. 32.94 seconds it took Alex Summers to deliver the DJ Firestorm to the top of this 915 metre course, powered by a 2.65 litre Cosworth powered engine. It was an Indy engine used in the American Racing Series. Designer from Henley drove the fan-assisted Mertea at McCurtry at Goodwood, and set a respectable time on the Saturday. Very respectable time driver and IndyCar driver Max Chilton get in the seat on the Sunday and produce a new Goodwood Hill record, and off the line in 2.24 seconds. And the S's are history in 6.22 as he's now up to sore bench, cleanly through there, delivers the power, just a hint of a slide. That critical hairpin at Martini, he negotiates that well, and it's our first 33-second climb of the morning, 33.86 for Alex Summers. And now the man leading the British Hillclimb Championship, reigning champion, double champion in fact, Wallace Mingies from Alloa in Scotland with his 3.3 litre powered machine, Cosworth power, and it's a Gould GR59 M chassis. Wallace, previous hill record here, holder here at Wiscombe in 33.13 until yesterday afternoon. In fact, he got down to 33.2, and good launch for the Scotsman, 2.18 seconds. Prodigious power across the parkland into the S's, where we pick up his progress, and it's a low 16.33. Now, quickly through sore bench, and a committed run so early in the day from the Scotsman into Martini and through in a smooth run that gives him a time of 33.59 for Wallace Mingies. We're looking at 2.27 seconds faster, so just under 0.3 of a second. So all bodes well for a good scrap this afternoon. Number 68. On the hill out of the S's, in fact, 68 and 21.76. That's away off the line. 61 points. It's Paul Alexander with the Force PC, the 1300 turbo car. The time for car 68 at the top of the hill is 44.89. That's Andy Tippett with the Brabham BT30, car 68, 44.89. Force PC out of the S's in 19.68 and over the finish line in 40.73, 40.73 for car 61. As we move to the Downton Motor Club. And the first of those out on the hills, a double driven car. It's the Austin Mini 1400 with Steve Harris at the wheel. Steve was originally in the programme to run his MGZR as car number 161, but in fact is running as 160A with the Austin Mini, which we'll see Kevin Taylor compete in a little later. Harris out of the S's in a 25.23. Of course, vehicle on the road. The Mini completes its climb in 52.01. 52.01. So it's time for another recovery of cars from the top of the hill, from the collecting paddock, and bring them back to the main paddock area. If you're just arriving here at Wiscombe Park, please come and visit us in the paddock area. No additional charges. Come and have a look at the cars at close quarters. Have a chat to the drivers, but if you witness that they're all a bit feverish and busy and they've got work agendas on the cars, then do give them space, give them the opportunity to continue working on the machines. But other than that, you're encouraged to have a look at close quarters and to visit the catering establishments, so the licensed bar, ice creams, hot and cold food and beverages. And we've also got a few other attractions here. We've got a Mini Cooper, which is very timely, having had the death of Paddy Hopkirk in the last week, the Monte Carlo Rally legend. So we have a Mini which is very similar to that which Paddy competed in on show. We got Spencer Elton with his books and memorabilia, and Pat Jennings with his recent publication that is selling fast, so you need to get in quickly and buy your copy of The View from the Commentary Box by Pat Jennings, the voice of Southwest Motorsport. Pat, a long-time commentator, autocross and hill climbs throughout the Southwest, and he recorded everything that happened, and it's delivered to you in this book along with the photographs, etc. Quite an amazing turnout of detail. 333 pages in A4 format, 277 driver profiles, 209 full event reports, 55 short event reports, 156 photographs, 112 logos, program covers, etc. So everything from the last few decades of autocross and hill climb events in the Southwest. A hefty tome it's been described as, weighing in at over 3 pounds, so it's that gives you an indication of how much content there is. And we've had Pat's had reviews from Marcus Pye, Autosport correspondent, and his quote is, "Nobody is better qualified to have corralled this information. It's a bargain for the motorsport enthusiast wishing to know more." And Jerry Sturman, long-time commentator here at Wiscombe Park, still commentating around the country and also at Gerston Down. Jerry's reviewed it for the Speed Scene magazine and says, "Nothing like this overview of Southwest Motorsport has ever been produced before." So go and have a look at this, the View from the Commentary Box, a publication from Pat Jennings. Other customer feedback has been detailed. What a book! So much detail. A brilliant record. And a number of brilliants have been received. A fine looking tome is another comment. A must-have as well. And interestingly, one person said, "So absorbed, I let my tea go cold." Well, that says it all. You open it up and you can't put it down. That's The View from the Commentary Box by Pat Jennings, and you can get your copy now from Pat. He might even autograph it for you if you smile and ask him nicely. And Pat is just adjacent to the ice cream outlet in the paddock. So plenty for one to do, in addition to watching the cars on the hill. I'm even told that if you want to go to the bar for refreshment, there's a live feed from the content that's going out on the internet, and that can be viewed in the paddock bar. So what more can you ask? All opportunities have been covered. As we just do a little bit of manoeuvring of cars back down the hill, ready for the cars of the Downton Motor Club to come out and do battle here at Wiscombe Park. So the wind increasing a little bit here at Wiscombe Park. The trees moving around, but still very warm, which is conducive to fast times in hill climbing. Not too hot. That prevents the engines from performing to their ultimate, but a little bit of heat in the track gets the tyres working nicely. So it's a balance between the two things. And as we've seen, we have times down in the 33-second bracket. So that's encouraging for some fast motoring as we go forward to the British Championship qualifying and runoff. So just waiting for the course vehicle to make its way back from the top of the hill, and it's on its way down now, and then it'll be the minis from the Downton Motor Club. And the first of the minis out down to the start line is the Ulster Mini Clubman of Stuart Sampson, 1380cc machine. New car for the Sampsons, previously campaigned by John Kirby. Sampson's getting used to running on slicks, etc., having previously run high performance road tyres, and it's weighing a launch of 2.84 for Stuart. He's an engineer from Ferndown. Has already amassed some records at the Clay Pigeon, Lowton Park, Wiscombe, Landau and Epping. Light machine weighing in just over 500 kilograms. And power output of 125 brake horsepower. So Zach Cobb now over Bunny's Leap, launched the R53 Mini Cooper S in 3.18 seconds. So Sampson's over the line in 44.75 for car 151. So with Zach Cobb out of the S's in 22.54, we have his brother Ethan now having launched in 3.23 seconds. So he's dropped 500ths of a second, and he's a tad slower coming out of the S's as well. But Zach, car number 152, is over the line in 46.14, as Wayne Blacker is up towards Bunny's Leap with his BMW Mini Cooper S. Ethan Cobb running as number 153 over the finish line in 47.86. So Stuart Sampson leading the way, but that might all well change now with Derek Kessel blasting off the line. The Saltash driver with the space-framed Maguire Mini. So we have a space-framed tube metal chassis and a fiberglass body, so ultra lightweight, powered by a 1360 Mini Cooper S engine, and allied to that the experience 40 odd years of hill climbing, and you've got a potent combination there. Wayne Blacker at the top, car 154 in 46.45. The right hand at the gate goes Steve Jarrett, another campaigning the BMW style Mini, 1600cc of course, supercharged. This car is fitted with a limited slip differential, uprated intercooler, and a sports exhaust to all help with upping the power. Derek Kessel and car 155 in the top paddock and taking the lead on 43.32 in the Downton Motor Club class. Jarrett 156 over the line, under 50 seconds on 49.4. 49.52 as away off the line. There's Graham Gonzalez from Cardiff. 1380cc big valve cylinder head. 45s. This car, which was originally manufactured back in 1972. Time for Simon Fox with his Renault Clio, car 157. It's 55 seconds exactly, 55.00 for 157. Gonzalez is out of the S's in 22.45 as Kevin Taylor launched in 3.28 seconds. He's now into the S's. And the time for Gonzalez 159 is 46.20, 46.20. So not quite as fast as Zach Cobb in second place at the moment. Kevin Taylor, car 160, over the finish line in 50.98, 50.98 for Wayne Taylor. So that completes the second practice run for the inter-club competitor, or the first time run, because they're on one practice, 2 timed, and the British Hillclimb Championships, it's the other way around, 2 practice, 1 timed. So there we are, progressing through the meeting, and we've been treated to a display from the British Hillclimb Championship drivers of some pretty rapid times, already down into the 33-second bracket. And they haven't even started competing. So that was still a practice run. So it's all now business for them. It's all serious. So when the next time the British Hillclimb Championship contenders come out, it will be critical. But we have a rerun to deal with, and that's Sean Gould, having been flagged with the GR59J 4-litre Judd power. Gould obviously specialise in manufacture hill climb cars, as you'll see from the entries list. They've also a history of producing parts for the Formula 1 teams, for the likes of Mercedes and Red Bull, carbon fibre elements, front wings and things like that, all been part of the Gould DNA. But green light now for Sean from Hungerford. His first events yesterday this season. He stood back. Matthew Ryder campaigning the car, but Will Hall stood down, and Sean slotted back into the seat. 2.43 seconds. Out of the S's in 17.63. So still getting his eye in up towards Saul Bench. Takes a late clip of the curb there. Straight. Getting his braking sorted for Martini, a critical part of the exercise, and over the line in 35.88. 35.88 for car number 3, Sean Gould. So that completes the morning's runs, and we're now adjourned for lunch. Being back on the hill, marshals on post, etc., so we can get underway again at 1:15. So a chance to sit back and enjoy the countryside here at Wiscombe Park, or make a visit to the paddock. It's always a good time to have a look around and come up to the catering establishment, buy a pint or whatever takes your fancy. Have a look at the books, Spencer Hilton's Emporium, and also that book from Pat Jennings, The View from the Commentary Box, all available in the paddock area. There's also a food outlet at the first corner on the course, down near the start line, so you can get food and beverages there as well. So enjoy the lunch break, and we will return with action here on track at about 1:15.
Everywhere now is lunchtime, Tuesday, where the marshals will be heading down the hill. They will have priority. They will have priority. Oh dear.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Woolbridge meeting here at Wiscombe Park. We've got the course inspection. I think it's just about being completed. The stewards and the Motorsport UK steward making their way back down the hill. Motorsport UK is the governing body of motorsport in this country, so they check everything and make sure that everything is in order. So they inspect the course to ensure that we have a full contingent of marshals, all the safety equipment is in place, the recovery crews, doctors, etc., etc. So I think that's all been completed. Marshals are on post, all volunteers, so we thank them for their efforts across the weekend, because without them no motorsport just doesn't happen. So as ever, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And they hopefully will be bringing their red flags in from their various posts, and that will enable us to come back with action on the hill. So we've had a combination of practice runs and time runs this morning, so let's just reassess where we're at. In the interclub section of the entry, which is all about the local competitors basically, they've done practice and they've had one timed run, with one time run yet to be achieved this afternoon. The faster of those two will be the time that the drivers put forward for results purposes. Now we swing away from that to the British Hillclimb Championship and the British Hillclimb Cup. They have now had their two practice runs, so they will come out for a single timed run, which in effect for the championship contenders will be a qualifying run, and the fastest 12 will go forward to the top 12 runoff. That's to be expected, I guess. And then the top 10 there will score points for the championship. So that's the afternoon marked out. And once they've qualified, of course, those top 12 will come out and do battle for the championship points. And this is round 24 of the British Hillclimb Championship, presented by Avon Tyres. The course vehicle just returning to its standby position at Wiscombe. The Motorsport UK steward complete and parking up, and we have cars coming out from the paddock area down to the start. So road going series production cars are our initial focus. And the first man out is Julian Rinaldi with his Ford Fiesta turbocharged car, 998cc. Julian, a member of the Woolbridge Motor Club, who are bringing you these meetings today and yesterday. Been established for over 60 years, but get involved in other disciplines of motorsport, navigational rallies, production car trials, four-wheel drive trials for Land Rovers and specials and things like that. All part of the programme. But Julian Rinaldi's attention is all about hill climbing, particularly at the moment. And he's off the line with the Fiesta in 3.64 seconds. Julian lives in Lyme Regis, just up the coast. He's a local garage proprietor. Some of the brands that he's involved in will be on the flanks of the Ford Fiesta. First season with this car, which was prepared during the winter months, but basically standard. And now Stephen Wareham with his Mini, the 1380cc Morris Mini. Stephen currently lying second in the Wiscombe Park Championship, sponsored by Tillicoultry Quarries. And that was prior to yesterday's meeting here. Stephen finished second in the series last year, so we'll be looking to see if he can reduce the gap to the championship leader, Ian Englehart, another driver who we'll see in action here later this afternoon. So taking the line now, Luke Holt with the Ford Puma as he waits for the green light to leave the start line, and he's away in 3.38 seconds. We have time for Julian Rinaldi and it's 48.53. That's Julian's best out of his 2 runs this afternoon. Steve Wareham also at the top of the paddock, and he's made an improvement in car number 75, the Morris Mini, to leave his best at 45.99. So coming up to the line, Stephen Hepworth with his Mark 1 Cortina, as Ian Peacock goes over Bunny's Leap with his Citroen C2 1600cc car. Ian's been hill climbing this machine for about 4 seasons now. His best at Wiscombe before the weekend, 49.94, and he was 50.48 on his first run this morning. The time for Michael Sutton with the Corolla T-Sport Toyota car number 76 is 48.44. So there's improvement coming from most of the drivers on their second runs, and that may well be an indication that we can expect faster times when the championship contenders come to qualify later this afternoon. Car 77, Luke Holt, then completes his climb in 53.15, a little bit shy of his first offering of 52.72. So it's the Lotus Elan +2 on the start line, driven by Andrew Webber, and Andrew currently lying in first place in the Triple M Pirelli HSE Speed Championship, and today's event is a qualifying round of that series. Before yesterday's encounter, Andrew was leading the way with a 3-point advantage over Chris Beresford with his Subaru Impreza, and another 3 seconds back to Chris Edwards with his Mazda. Both the Chris's will be in action on this track in a short while. So car 78, Ian Peacock with the Citroen, stops the clocks on 50.19. His best climb of the day. Alan Dyke, car number 80, in the top paddock on 57.99. 85 waits, gets the green light and is away in 3.07 seconds. That's Peter Ramsden with his Mark III Toyota MR2. Previously campaigned Mazda MX-5. Getting used to the SMT gearbox. It's a sort of sequential system, but Peter says very slow on the upshift. As around Wiss Corner, we now have John Wells with his Mazda MX-5. Stephen Hepworth, car number 81, the Mark 1 Cortina, recorded a time of 53.30. Alan Hawkins, car number 82. We haven't got a time for at the moment. Andrew Webber, though, we should have with the Lotus, 47.09. 47.09. A marked improvement for the Lotus man there from a first climb of 49.66. Michael Ford now. Previous Lotus Elise driver around Wiss Corner, but now with an Audi, basically a standard S3 at the moment. But Michael has great ideas for it, and there will be a lot of work going on during the winter months. So no doubt a different specification car will appear at the beginning of the 2023 season. Peter Ramsden, car number 85 with the Toyota, over the line in 49.54. And John Wells with the Mazda, stopping the clocks on 46.47. 46.47 for John Wells. So a lot of improvement still being achieved. Car number 88 in the top paddock on 46.72. 46.72 for car 88. As away from the start line goes Anthony Wright with the rapid Audi A3, turbocharged four-wheel drive. Anthony, previous Wiscombe Park champion with this machine. Now the Mazda MX-5 in the hands of Harry Harris, a local man from just up the coast at Axminster. Harry began hill climbing in 2016. Built this current car during the first lockdown. Started his motorsport on two wheels, in fact, in motocross. He did that as a schoolboy and graduated to the adults class before competing on four wheels. Time for the Mazda of Pekka Tulukas, the 1800 turbo machine, car number 90, 46.26, so he finds 14 hundredths of a second over his earlier visit to the hill. Michael Ford, 89, with the Audi, stops the clocks on 53.02. And we look for the time for George Koopman with the Toyota Yaris, the GR Go Faster model, the Gazoo Racing Toyota, car number 91 in the top paddock on a time of 66.27. So something went not correct there, because George was on a 50.17 earlier in proceedings. Anthony Wright, car number 92, has yet to register a time, so we're waiting with Debbie Blake on the start line. A flag for number 92. Red flag was shown to Anthony Wright, so a rerun in the offing there, and the same for Harry Harris with the Mazda. So Debbie just waiting for the red flags to be drawn in. We've now got a clear course. Just seen a car disappearing into the top paddock, and flags coming down at the gate, Bunny's Leap, and now at Wiss Corner. So all is good to go for the Weymouth driver. Debbie, who's won numerous fastest women awards here at Wiscombe Park with this car. Car just being held steady by the marshals. The green light not coming yet. Once it is illuminated, Debbie can make her start in her own time. Start beam active, green light comes on, and away goes Debbie Blake. 3.43 seconds off of the start line as she now crosses the parkland over Bunny's Leap, and then down through the gears for the right-hander at the gate into the S's, and we have a timing split in the S's, and it's 23.39. As away off the start line goes Matt Mann with his Audi TT. Matt, a care director who lives in Winscombe, owned this Audi TT for 4 years, and it's been developed from what was originally a standard car. Now has a hybrid turbo, which produces something in the region of 355 brake horsepower. So time for Debbie Blake with the John Cooper Works Mini, car number 94, is 47.89. That's the driver's best time of this afternoon. Matt Van over the line, car number 95 in 44.73. 44.73. So the improvements are constant across the class. As around West Corner, we have the BMW 435i M Sport in the hands of Richard Barnes. Richard from near Taunton. Started hill climbing in the 60s, then moved away from the sport and returned 16 years ago. The engine's been remapped, 25% more brake horsepower and 33% more torque. So the time for car number 96, Steve Rue, with his Audi, is a 47.60. So a marked improvement there for the Audi man from an initial offering of 49.25. Richard Barnes with the BMW completes his second climb of the afternoon on 54.39. So still Clive Stangle from his first run time leading the way as we move to the next car on the line. And away goes 101, Richard Smith with his Audi. A bit smoky on the departure and across the parkland. And up along Castle Straight we have Alan Goodare with the VW Golf. Alan in third place in the class at the moment, and he brushes past all three of the markers at Martini. Will that affect his time? Probably not a lot. The time, therefore, for car 100, Alan Goodare, 45.44. So a little bit short of his earlier effort of 44.41, which keeps him in third place at the moment. Richard Smith's time with the Audi car 101, 49.66. So waiting on the line, we divert away from the interclub classes to number 18, Peter Taylor, in class A1, road going series production cars. Peter certainly exhibited great determination in the practice runs this morning in the S's as he brushed past all the markers. In fact, the markers up at Martini have been fixed in a slightly different way this afternoon, having had a few of them displaced quite easily this morning. A few modifications have been made. Peter Taylor now out on the hill with this Mazda MX-5. It's the Mark III version, originally manufactured in 2010. And of course vehicle on the hill, so we look to Pete Taylor's time. He's 22.53 in the S's and now making good progress and clips late at Sawbench Hairpin. Up the middle of Castle Straight, moving over to the right hand side to enhance his line through Martini, brushes the markers on the inside, then slides the back and opposite locks his way towards the finish line. And Peter's time, car number 18, 46.81. 46.81 for car number 18. So a little shy of his earlier time of 46.65. So So with that batch to be returned, we'll look at the leading times in that class. Though we've got a few drivers to complete the running in Class T1. One of the biggest classes in the entry list, very popular, the saloon car class. The class that we see in front of us in the programme today, Class T1 road going series production cars. That sort of division would normally be split in more local events through different capacity classes, but as we're in a different regime supporting the British Championships this weekend, all those classes have been brought together into one. But for results purposes, they will revert back to the original classes, and they will be computed before the awards presentation at the end of proceedings this afternoon. So cars returning to the paddock area from that second timed run for Class T1. I'll run through the rest of the T classes in the programme. Those are those that comprise the inter-club part of the event, and then we'll move to the British Hillclimb Championship, where, remember, we've got one single timed qualifying run that will then give us the 12 runners that will go into the top 12 runoff. So the top positions in Class T1 road going series production cars, having completed 2 time runs. In straight times, Clive Stangle leading the way with an improved second climb of 42.32. In second place, Jennifer Stangle with the same car, and Jennifer got to the top of the hill in 43.76. That was her first run time, so she might want to have a second run yet to come once the car's waiting at paddock exit. So Jennifer has a chance of going to the top yet, because she's got another run. Alan Goodair in third place with the Volkswagen Golf, with the best climb of 44.41, which he set on his first visit to the hill. Matt Van in fourth with the Audi TT, and the Audi of Anthony Wright in fifth place, the Audi A3 on 45.23. So road going specialist production cars are on their way out, but we have Anthony Wright coming down. So Anthony Wright and Harry Harris, yep, they're both there, had red flags, so they have reruns to take, and they're there. So Anthony Wright has the opportunity of moving up the area, up from fifth place, currently there on 45.23, so he's got to find half a second, oh, a tad more than half a second, to beat Matt Van. So the Wellington driver off the line in 2.44 seconds, urging the turbo-powered Audi S3 through the gate to the S's. 21.11 is his time there, and Harry Harris is away off the line with the Mazda MX-5. Time for car 92 then on that rerun. Anthony Wright, it's a 44.08. That's his fastest climb of the afternoon, and that gives him a leg up into third place. So it's Clive and Jennifer Stangl 1 and 2, Anthony Wright third, Alan Goodair and Matt Van. We have an addition, well, in a way it's an addition. 74A is now Lewis Rinaldi. He was in the programme as 73 and driving the the Fiat Panda, but now driving Lada's Ford Fiesta and running as 74A. Time for car number 93, Harry Harris with the Mazdas, 47.21. 47.21, that's Harry's best of the day. As around Wiscorner we have the Ginetta in the hands of David Gibson, moving us into class T2 for road going specialist production cars. 1800cc engine in the Ginetta G4. Meanwhile, I have the time for Jennifer Stangl running as car 99A in class T1, and it's 43.74. So Jennifer finds 0.02 of a second on a second visit to the hill, and 74A Lewis Rinaldi stops the clocks on 54.37. Also at the top, at Ginetta 104, driven by Dave Gibson in a time of 50.55. So a little bit away from his 49.46. As quadruple Wiscombe champion, Ian Englehart is through the gate. Off the line in 2.66 seconds with this Cosworth-powered Westfield. Leaves the S's in his wake in 20.10 as Jim Faulkner departs the start with his wide-bodied Westfield 2-litre engine, and he launched in 2.87 seconds. Time for Ian Hodgson with his 1800 Westfield car 105, 48.39. Improved time for the Exeter driver. Now Hobbiton estate agent Joe Keep with his new acquisition, the wide-bodied 2-litre Westfield. up to second in class on his yesterday was his debut in this car, having previously competed in Ford Fiestas and Focus ST. So saloons have given way to sports cars. Time for Ian Englehart is a 41.71. So that puts him distinctly at the top of the order in class T2. Let's see what Joe Keep's time is going to be. Car 108. He was 21.36 out of the S's and now completes the run in 44.63. 44.63. So he's found just over 0.2 of a second. Time for 107. Jim Faulkner with his wide body, the yellow car, 46.29, 46.29 for Jim Faulkner. And now Alan Foster departs the start line with his Morgan +8, and we have Ben Wheeler with his Caterham R500 out of the S's. Rounsall Bench are now going into Martini. And opposite locks his way towards the finish line in 44.12. 44.12 for the Kilmington driver. Single-seater man who's taken fastest time of the day here at Wiscombe Park. So that elevates Ben into second place, demoting Joe Keep to third, Richard Burnett fourth, Jim Faulkner fifth. So Richard Burnett's time 4.72. Darren Stevenson departs the start with his Nissan Pulsar GTI R, which means we're looking at modified series production cars, class T3. Alan Foster at the top from class T2 with his Morgan +8. In a time of 50.39, 50.39 for Alan Foster. So with Darren Stevenson on the hill, it's now Martin Stubbington around Wiscorner with the Golf GTI. Martin's first climb of 46.18, so the mechanic from Tiverton looking to see if he can move up the order in this car that was built up in the late 90s to compete in VW GTI Circuit Race Series, and then came into Martin's ownership about 6 years ago to compete in hill climbs, etc. 160 brake horsepower is the output, and time for car 115, Paul Talbot with the BL Mini 1275 GT is 43.84. Darren Stevenson with the Nissan Pulsar, car 117, stops the clocks on 45.57. So the improvements still coming thick and fast. Martin Stubbington completes his climb with the Golf car 118 in 45.92. Improves from 46.18. Clive Edwards with the four-wheel drive turbocharged Mazda 323. Much in the running, post a time of 41.26, so he finds 600th of a second. Steve Clark, the Exeter garage proprietor with the Subaru Impreza with his car 120, finds 0.2 of a second to leave his best time at 42.07. Keeps him in second place behind Chris Edwards. Chris Beresford in third. Chris's time with the Subaru is 42.46. 42.46 for Chris Beresford. As we move from modified series production cars to modified specialist production cars. Class We have going across the parkland Phil Pern with the Stuart Taylor Rolt, occupying third place after the first runs. Phil launched in 2.62 seconds and is now through the S's and away in 21.64 as the class leader Graham Blake from Weymouth leaves the line in 3 seconds exactly with this Vauxhall red top 2-litre powered Westfield SEIW, so it's a wide body version. So Phil Pern, car 124 over the line in 44.88. It's his best climb of the day. Peter Eade already in the top paddock, car number 123 with his Westfield on a time of 46.18. So Peter will rely on his first climb of 44.63. So let's see how Blake is doing. Out of the S's in 21.61 and completes the climb in a time of 43.99. So he drops back 0.09 of a second as compared to his first climb. As we deal with a couple of double drivers from the single-seater classes, 144 is Mike Williams with his self-designed and built MWR Storm. Mike delivers that to the top paddock in a time of 40.12, his best of the day so far. And Tony Bonfield's out of the S's with the Jedi 998cc machine in 19.39 and completes the climb in 40.48, which is a tad off of his previous run at 39.86. So it's the 39-second time that will go forward for results purposes. So that's tidied up those double drivers, and that means we've got to evacuate the paddock at the top of the hill, so to speak, and bring those cars back down to the main paddock area so that we can proceed. So we'll look at the outcome of Class T2 on straight times, and it's the quadruple Wiscombe champion Ian Englehart leading the way there on 41.71. Ben Wheeler, after a problem this morning, has come good with a 44.12 to move into second place. And third with his wide-bodied Westfield Joe Keep on 44.63. Class T3, modified series production cars. It's Chris Edwards doing the business there with the four-wheel drive Mazda 323 GTX, and that 1800 turbo motor in the car taking him to the top in a best of 41.24, with Steve Clark in second place with a 2.5 litre Impreza, and his second and best climb was a 42.07, and the smaller engine Impreza of Chris Beresford in third place on 42.46. And the last class we've seen in action, of course, was T4, modified specialist production cars, and Jeff Blake at the head of that division with a best climb of 43.90. Peter Eade in second on 44.63, with Phil Pern in the final podium position, shall we say, in 44.88. So as we return the cars down the hill, we have Sports Libre, rally cars and racing cars from the Interclubs classes before we go to the British Hillclimb Championship and the British Hillclimb Cup. will have their one single time to run, which will be the qualifier for the British Hillclimb Championships. Then we'll move across to the Downton Motor Club and have the minis out on the hill before we return for the climax of the day's meeting, which will be the top 12 runoff. So with the turnaround of cars virtually complete, paddock exit, getting John Reed out with his 2.9 litre V6 powered 105E Anglia, and then the rally cars come out to follow on. Then we'll be looking at the racing cars for Class T7, and then we'll move across to the British Hillclimb Championships. So John, long-time competitor here at Wiscombe Park, garage proprietor in his time. The Exeter driver just waiting now for the green light, and that's he's got, and it's away just under 3 seconds, 2.98 seconds. Up through the gears across the parkland as we move to rally cars, and the Mark 1, 2 litre Mark 1 in the hands of Mark Linforth. Posted a time of 45.35 on his first visit to the hill. Those of you in the S's, look out. Enthusiastic driving from Mark, particularly this morning, three-wheeling through the S's. He launched in 2.77 seconds, and now out of the S's in 2:21.35 as Dave Merrick is away with his Mark II Escort, powered by a 2.5 litre Diamond S2 motor, giving about 330 brake horsepower from the engine developer and buildup Millingtons. Dave's main hobby is tinkering with and restoring vehicles. Current projects include a 1984 Mark II Ford Transit twin wheel and a 1991 classic Mini Cooper. So now on the brakes and through the gate is John Simpson, finished second overall in the 2020 Association of Southwestern Motor Club's Hillclimb Championship with this car, which was built back in the 1990s as a Forest Spec rally car. Dry sump fuel injected 2 litre engine, 16 valves, giving 255 brake horsepower. And now the man who took the class victory yesterday, Tim Porter, car 136, out of the S's in 21.16. So John Reed's time with the Anglia, car 128, was 53.27. So his earlier climb of 51.46 is his best. 132 Mark Linford with the Mark 1 Escort stopped the clocks on 44.77. Tim Porter goes over the line with the Darien on 44.05, so that's exactly the same as his earlier time. 135 John Simpson stops the clocks on 44.09, just 0.04 of a second shy of Porter, so good sport to be had in the rally car class. Let's see how Dave Merrick fared with his 2.5 litre machine car 134, 44.89, so he will rely on his earlier time of 44.44. So now we're looking at single-seater racing cars. On the hill, Shelley Deacon with the OMSPR. Shelley from St Denis near St Austell. Finance manager for Specialist Corporate Solicitors. Driving this OMS with a Suzuki 600cc Suzuki GSXR engine. So Shelley out of the S's in 21.65 and over the finish line in 44.98. So improvement there, finding just about half a second over her earlier time. Paul Crocker charging out of the S's in 17.87. And over the finish line in 38.37, so 0.07 of a second off of his earlier time. Tony Kiss with the Van Diemen RF 87 around Martini now, and over the finish line in 45.17. That's his best climb of the afternoon, as Carol Nichols is away with the 1600cc Nike Mark IV. historic Formula Ford built back in 1968. One of about 100 Nikes built by her father between 1960 and 1980. Power at that time is likely to have exceeded 105 brake horsepower. Powered by a Ford Crossflow 1600 cc's. As around West Corner we now see Tom Williams stretching the legs of the MWR Storm across the parkland over Bunny's Leap and into the gate, or through the gate we should say, and Andrew Mathis kart 142 stopping the clocks on 40.12. so the improvements keep coming. Carroll then over the line in 51.05, 51.05 car 143 Carol Nichols. That's 4/100ths of a second slower than her earlier time. Eyes on Ben Bonfield with the Jedi as he comes out of the S's in 17.92. Ben second in the class after the first runs, and he slides the back end of the Jedi out of Saul Bench. So Suzuki Power Machine now through Martini and over the line in 37.45. So his earlier time of 37.17 will be the one he counts. Now, can Andrew Forsyth make an improvement at the top of the class? First run 36.35 seconds for the Shillingstone driver. He's launched in 2.49 and is out of the S's in 18.05. As neat as ever for Forsyth as he exits Saul Bench, traverses Castle Straight and through Martini, neat and tidy, and it's a 37.24. So his best remains that earlier drive of 36.35. So swiftly we move across to the British Hillclimb Championship classes, and initially we'll pick up some of the double driven cars, some of the A drivers, and the man on the hill at the moment out of the S's and going along Castle Straight is John Pick with the AMS Mertea 2-litre turbocharged machine's got him over the line in 44.23, and Dylan Flasher out of the hairpin at Saul Bench with the 1-litre Caterham 7, as Laura Wardle is through the gate with the Porsche. Flesher completes his run in 42.97 for car 26A, and it's Andy Fraser with the Aston Martin away from the start line, the 4.3 litre Vantage GT4 lightweight, as we look to Laura Wardle at the top of the hill. Great power out of Martini with the Porsche, as you'd expect, rear engine and all that. 46.81, so a chunk of improvement for Laurel there. Laura made her first run in 49.13, so her best 46.81. Andy Fraser out of the S's with the Aston in 23.31. As through the gate goes 44A Harry Pick, moving us into the 600 to 1100 racing car class. The 3000M Pilot out of the S's in 18.10, and now up onto Castle Straight. With that we have the time for Andy Fraser, 35A 48.14, and Pick is over the line 44A in 37.59. So he's found 1/10 of a second over his practice time. So good effort there. And Andy Fraser's 48.14, about 1300th down on his earlier time. So that's cleared the A drivers, and we've now freed those cars up to come back down the hill and be readied for the second driver to take his seat and then we'll run through the British Hillclimb Championship classes, where the faster cars, mainly the single-seaters of course, will be looking to qualify for the top 12 runoff and ultimately score points towards the British Hillclimb Championship of 2022, presented by Avon Tyres. So having those double drivers from the British Championship event, we'll now switch back and just do a resume on the finishing positions in the inter-club classes. So we'll go back to Class T5 and just revisit John Reed's time there with the Ford Anglia, the 2.9 litre machine. John posting a best of 51.40. And that came from his first run this morning. And then the rally cars, well, they had a good dust up, didn't they? And Tim Porter coming out on top with the fastest time of 44.05. A mere 400th of a second better than John Simpson in second place with his 2 litre Mark II Ford Escort, and then the similar 2.5 litre Millington powered machine of David Merrick takes third place on 44.44. And then we've just seen the racing cars in action, Class T7, and the fastest there, Andrew Forsyth, by virtue of his first run time of 36.35, heading off Ben Bonfield, who again his fastest effort came from his earlier run, 37.17. Third place goes to Paul Crocker on 38.3. So third place for the Plymouth man there with the Jedi Mark I. So that is the interclub meeting complete. We can put that to one side until we get to the awards presentations and look purely at the British Hillclimb Championship, and we can get underway with the qualifying round of that as soon as we've brought these cars back down the hill from the top collecting paddock. Plenty of room at the bar if you're a bit thirsty. No queue there at the moment. Things quieten down on the catering front, so if you fancy something bite to eat or to drink, then now would be a good time before we get into the serious business of the top 12 runoffs. So course vehicle back on post following the exchange of cars from the paddocks top to bottom, and now class A1 in the national event, road going series production cars up to 2000 cc's. First man out, Christopher Cuff from Froome. Number of the Cuff family have competed in hill climbs across the decades. Chris now with this 1800 Lotus Elise, first competitive time this morning, basically 49.28. So the Froome driver will be looking to make an improvement on that. He starts out with a launch in 2.8 seconds through the gate, and the S's loom large. He slots in a time of 23.98 as the hard-charging James Hudson's out on track with his Volkswagen Golf, 1781cc car. James, a motor technician in Ottery St Mary, following the national circus around the country this year. James off the line 3.17 seconds and out of the S's in 21.83. Chris Cuff's time at the top is a 48.43, so that's his best of the day. And James goes over the finish line anytime soon. There he goes in 45.07. So that's his best of the day as well. No, it's not. No, 45.07 on his second run. Earlier on he clocked 44.69. So that earlier time will be critical in the overall standings. Jonathan Langmead, man at the top of the order in car number 20, out of the S's in 21.25 and over the finish line in 43.44. His best climb of the day. It's the raucous Lotus Exige V6 Cup car in the hands of Robbie Birrell. 3.5 litre car, sounds glorious amongst the trees as he puts a pedal to the metal. Number 22, John Maycock with the Mazda MX-5, completing his climb in 43.86. The AMS Mertea 2 litre turbo machine with Mark Lawrence at the wheel. In the top paddock we have Robbie Birrell with the Lotus Column 24 on 42.85. Best climb of the day. Let's see how Mark Lawrence is performing. It's along Castle Straight now, on the brakes, neat and tidy into Martini, flattens some of the markers on his way through, and a 46.98. 46.98 from Mark Lawrence, so a sizable improvement there on his second visit to the hill. Jonathan Flesher out of the S's in 20.78 as Steve Challoner takes his Citroen C1 towards the gate, competing in Class C1 modified series production cars, but back in road going specialist production. Jonathan Flesher not receiving a time by the looks of it. We've got marshals reinstating the markers at Martini. So did Jonathan Flesher receive the red flag? In which case Steve Challoner might well have done as well. So reruns could be the order of the day as Andrew Russell waits on the start line. 28, Steve Challoner, certainly confirmed as being flagged. So rerun is appropriate. And Andrew Russell's being wheeled away from the start line back to the tyre warming area, so that's usually a sign that we're expecting a car to return down the hill and take a rerun immediately, and that could be number 26, Jonathan Flesher. There's no sign of him on the hill though. A bit of maintenance and housework going on. There's husbandry by the marshals. A little brush and sweep up in the S's. Making sure the track is in optimum condition for the cars that follow, should there have been any debris brought onto the track. So a fail for Jonathan Flesher. So just the one rerun in due course for Steve Challoner, the Walbridge Motor Club magazine editor. I think he's probably, here he comes, yeah, practicing his reversing. Radiographer based in Dorchester, a roving MRI radiographer in fact, peripatetic MRI radiographer. Started hill climbing in the early 2000s with a Suzuki Swift GTI. Returned to the sport last year in a completely standard Citroen C1, which at the beginning of this season suffered a great disaster with the big end bearings running on the engine, so a number of events were cancelled, and then Stephen has procured another C1, and that's the car we see him in today, showing that hill climbing can be achieved on a reasonable budget. It doesn't have to be big money. So again, he's got to turn round, and we've got the Flesher Caterham 7 back and parked up the apron at Wisk Corner. So once we get Steve Challoner facing the right way and back up to the start line, we'll be good to go. Right, the Weymouth driver pointing in the right direction. Oh, does he want to get out? No. Doors open, having a chat with the marshals. Still got red flags out on the hill. Can't see any sign of marshal activity, so it must be other issues that are bringing about this temporary hold. Go back to Steve Challoner. He's also had to go road rallying back in the 80s, competing in the Association Southwest Motor Clubs Championship and the odd motoring news round. Well, that takes us motorsport enthusiasts back a little bit. And he also has the Southwest Auto Test Championship to his name as well, back in 1987, before breaking into a bit of stage rallying, and then having a break from the sport before returning to hill climb. He has an objective, Steve. He's very much into European hill climbing, and he wishes to compete in European hill climb events, and is planning to enter the Sangueno Masters in Brittany in 2023. A number of competitors here today formed Team GB and travelled to Portugal, to Prague last season, to represent Great Britain in the FIA Masters event at the end of the season. So Steve would like to be in that event one way or another, or the next event, rather. Actually, Brittany, not far to go, is it? Just across the water and away. So marshals, the body language of the marshals at the start line has changed. So they now a little bit more purposeful. They moved Steve right up onto the line, so he's positioned correctly with the timing strut at the front of the vehicle, ready to cross the light beam and activate the timing system. Steve checks it's in gear, thinks about bringing it to the point of drive as soon as he gets the green light, but no, just a little bit more minute manoeuvring to get the car in the right place. That's achieved. Green light's on. Steve Chandler is away with the standard Citroen C1 off the line in 3.66 seconds. C1 up over Bunny's Leap as Andy Russell prepares for his time to run with the G15 Ginetta. Andy, a long-time competitor in the Leaders' Championship, what is now called the British Hillclimb Cup, with this Hillman Imp-powered Ginetta G15. He's got the green light and is away. Steve Chandler's out of the S's in 26.61, and Andrew Russell launches in 2.83, with the advantage, of course, way to the engine at the back over the drive wheels, and that goes a long way to helping with a good departure. Steve Chandler completes his climb in 55.07. So not on the pace of his earlier climb of 54.73. Jonathan Williamson now on the line with the 911 Carrera, car that's taken him to a couple of Southwest Championships, numerous class awards, probably more than Jonathan can count, I expect. And the car sits down as he delivers the power and launches in 2.4 seconds. Jonathan been looking to improve on his practice run of 43.74. So Stephen Moore over the line with the Mitsubishi Evo 6 car number 31 in 41.44. It's his best climb of the day, so the improvements continue to come. Jonathan Williamson, meanwhile, out of the S's in 21.24, as Tim Painter is away with the lightweight GT4 Vantage Aston Martin, and Williamson really sliding the Porsche through Martini and over the finish line in 44.06. Car number 34, time of 44.06. A little off of his practice pace, but he's got a time on the board. Tim Painter out of the S's with the Aston in 22.66. Mike Lee off the start line with the Force LM in 2.43 seconds. And Fraser completes his climb in 46.1. Sorry, Painter completes his time in his run in 46.12, faster than his practice form. So Mike Lee powering on with the Force LM, 19.28 seconds out of the S's for the Salt Ash driver. He's now along Castle Straight, getting his eye in. Ooh, a little bit of a wave, a bit squirrely under the brakes, and the car has not quite ground to a halt, but he gets it going again and over the line in 42.98. So that cost Mike some time. 42.98 his best, as Alan McDonald from Dalbeattie takes to the hill with this unique Mini Evo, mini body with Mitsubishi Evo running gear, 4-wheel drive into the bargain. So distinctly rapid machine, producing in the region of 500 brake horsepower from the 3.5 litre engine. Alan 19.51 out of the S's, and he completes the run in 40.91. As we move to racing cars, 600 cc's to 1100 cc's, and this is where everybody has aspirations of getting into the runoff. Big call for a 600 to 1100 cc cars, but it has been known to happen. And 42 out of the S's in 18.58 seconds. That's James Moore with the Empire. Over the line for James, car number 42, time of 38.64. With the Empire 00. 2.25 seconds for Nigel Pitt with his 1 litre OMS. And Steve Owen comes to the line with the 3000 M OMS, sharing with Harry Pick. Time for Rob Clark, car number 41, 38.53. And Nigel Pitt, car number 43, stops the clocks on 39.16. 39.16 for Nigel Pitt. Steve Owen, meanwhile, out of the S's in 19.03. Smoothly through Sawbench, trying to carry as much momentum onto Castle Straight, because that pays back with miles an hour at the top. Rattles the markers on the inside of Martini, but goes over the line in 38.83. 38.83 for Steve Owen. Formula Ford cars now. First to run was Sarah Bosworth. She's out of the S's and now approaching Martini. 22.01 out of the S's. Takes out a marker cone, board, shall we say, at Martini and claims a time of 45.44. Don't think the marker is on the track, so we are okay. As Caroline Ryder approaches Martini, left the S's behind in 21.66, cleanly through Martini and over the line in 47.02. So now we have two more drivers in that class, but there's 2 cars with A drivers, so those cars have to be returned and the second driver installed. So we then look to double drivers in Class J2, racing cars 1100 to 1600 cc. And way off the line, Warburton, 40.31 in his second practice run with his 1600 cc machine. Alan off the line in 2.43 seconds. His mark in the S is 19.26. As he's now through the left-hander leading into Saw Bench. The front end bounces a bit as he takes the curb on the exit of Saw Bench. Round into Martini, smoothly through there and over the line in 39.59 for Alan Warburton. Son David will take over the car in due course, having finished 9th in last year's championship. Will come out wearing that number on the flanks of the GR59. So it's retrieval time, course vehicle on the hill to get those cars back down from the top paddock. And we will take a quick look at the early classes. In the British Hillclimb Championship and Cup division. Class A1 road going series production cars up to 2 litres, and the fastest time there from Jonathan Langmead on 43.44. James Hudson in second place on 44.69, and then Pete Taylor with the Mazda with a 46.65. Class A2, well, John Maycock actually I think has been amalgamated into Class A1, A2, so I think we're looking at Langmead winning the division overall on 43.44, with John Maycock from Class A2 coming into second place, which means James Hudson gets third on 45.07 in the amalgamated class. So Maycock's best 43.86. Class B, road going specialist production cars. Robbie Birrell taking the noisy Lotus Exige V6 Cup car to victory there on 42.85. In second place, Dylan Flesher with the 1 litre Caterham 7 on 42.97. And third place goes to Jonathan Flesher on 43.58. Class C1 then, modified series production cars. That was Steve Challen up against Andrew Russell. Predictably, Andrew Russell doing the business there on 46.92, with Steve recording a 54.34. Now we just seen the cars from Class C3 out, and the win there goes to Stephen Moore with the Evo 6 on a climb of 41.44. Jonathan Williamson taking the runner-up slot with the Porsche time of 43.83. According to the official times, and Tim Painter 45.97 in third place. Which is somewhat different to the time that was printed when he took his run, but that's what the official timing says, so that's what we go by. Tim Painter on 45.97 in third place. Mike Lee on his own then, with a climb of 42.98. Faltered a bit coming out of Martini, that cost him a little bit of time. So Mike on his own in Sports Libra cars up to 2 litres. Sports Libra over 2 litres. Again, only one contestant, Alan McDonald, with the Evo Mini taking the win there on 40.91. Which delivers us to the racing car classes as we shape up for qualifying for the British Hillclimb Championship's top 12 runoff. Harry Pick taking the winning class I on 37.59, ahead of Rob Clark with his Empire Evo on 38.53. James Moore took third with his Empire on 38.64. So we have a couple of double drivers to pick up in class J1, the Formula Fords. And then we're into 1100 to 1600 racing cars, and then up through the capacity divisions where everybody will be focused on performing it. They've got to nail it now if they want to move into the top 12 runoffs. There's no safety net. It's time to perform. Engines running in the paddock as the drivers prepare their cars and warm them up. All of the top racing cars actually have a heater unit. You may have seen that adjacent to the cars, if you were in the paddock at lunchtime, that runs warm water through the engine system, so that there's less wear when they start the engines up. And now we've got the two Formula Fords back out. Lindsay Summers with the RF85. Sometimes she drives her son's DJ, well, I think it's actually her Firestorm. but now in the Formula Ford. And of course 47, Alex Coles, Plymouth driver, aboard the RF86. So the Formula Fordsters ready to go, coming to the line. Lindsay Summers coming down first. .47.92 in her second practice run. Caroline Ryder currently second in class on 47.02, and Sarah Bosworth leading the way on 45.44. So Lindsay Summers is away with a launch of 2.8 seconds. As Alex Coles has a bit of tyre warming on the way down to the start line. So Lindsay Summers into the S's, out in 22.92, as Alex Coles makes his start in an identical time to Lindsay. And then we move to J2 racing cars, 1100 to 1600 cc's, with Darren Gumbley and his Force. Darren made the top 10 runoff yesterday, so we'll be anxious to see if he can repeat that feat. So the time for Lindsay Summers, car number 46, is a 47.71, as Gumbley is away in 2.21 seconds. Alex Coles, meanwhile, round Martini and over the finish line in 43.94. Gumbley with the Force out of the S's in 17.31. As away off the line goes Richard Spedding with the GWR Raptor. Richard from Barnsley in South Yorkshire. This Suzuki-based Mistral engine of 1595 cc's this season. A supercharged unit in the car last year, but didn't perform terribly well, so Richard will be anxious to get back in the throes of things in this championship year. Currently in 7th place in the series, as off the line we Liam Cooper from Exeter with the Force TA, and we pick up the time for 53, Richard Spedding. It's a 34.92, 34.92 for Richard Spedding. Across the parkland goes David Warburton, launched in 2.26 seconds. Liam Cooper at the top in 37.30. Lee Griffiths is away with his OMS 28 1660 cc machine. On Trent with his Hayabusa powered car. Modifications been made to give low down torque to get good acceleration from slow corners. Number 9, Dave Warburton in the top paddock on 36.14. 36.14. Richard Spedding, the fastest qualifier at the moment, on 34.92, with Darren Gumbley second on 36.03. So off the line goes Einan Price. Good departure from the start for Ireland with the 1720cc Force TA in 2.17 seconds, and he's out of the S's in 16.96. 57 completes his run. That's Jonathan Varley with the Predator in a time of 35.42. So that takes him second fastest overall, as Alexander Force PC is on the hill, and the other double driver, of course, Tony Hunt in the 65A. So Alan Price, car number 10, 10th in last year's championship, into the 35s with his qualifying bid, 35.22. Makes him second fastest in the rush to qualify at the moment. Will he be there after we've had all the larger capacity cars? Only time will tell. Tony Hunt makes his bid then with the DJ55XD Gould. Tony launched in 2.52 seconds. Richard Alexander completes his climb 61A in 38.59 with the turbocharged Force PC. Now Matthew Ryder makes his bid to qualify with the 4-litre Judd powered GR59. He shares today with its builder Sean Gould. Matthew in 5th place in the championship prior to the weekend, and he gets the green light. Takes his time, no rush, got to get it right. And the traction control does its work. Launch control does its work probably more accurately. 2.33 seconds. So not the fastest launch, but good. And the S is in 16.74. He's now at Saw Bench. Takes a late apex. Carries as much speed as he can along Castle Straight. And slides it through Martini. 34.34 for Matthew Ryder. 34.34. It's our fastest qualifying time so far. Just under 6/10 up on Richard Spedding. So we have the remainder of Class K2 and of course hitters from Class L yet to take this qualifying run. So course vehicle on its way up the hill to supervise the return of cars down to the main paddock. We pick up Tony Hunt's time, 65A, 38.88. So we'll look back to the Formula Ford class. Just confirm the situation there. That was Class J1. So Alex Cole's the fastest there on 43.94. Take the win with the RF86 from Sarah Bosworth with her two-year-older machine. Sarah posting a time of 45.34. And third, Caroline Ryder on 45.57. So the remains of J2 and K2 and Class L to determine the runoff positions. So the bid to qualify for the British Hillclimb Championships top 12 runoff continues, and the first man out, Ben Stevenson, with his 1300 supercharged Empire Evo 2. Ben from Wimpole near Exeter. Been hill climbing since he was 17 years of age. Has taken a third overall in the Midland Hill Climb Top 10 Challenge back in 2017. So a bit of elementary maths from the information he's given us. Been hill climbing for 20 years, off the line in 2.57 seconds. And good turn of speed over Bunny's Leap. Fastest qualifying time at the moment is Matthew Ryder, 34.34. 17.36 is the time for Stevenson out of the S's as Kelvin Broad comes to the line with his similarly 1300 supercharged car. This time the chassis is a Force TA, and the extra driver has did have the green light, but not anymore. So the time for Ben Stevenson, car number 58, is 36.26. 36.26 for car 58. It's the markers again, just replacing the marker at Wiscombe. Marshall returns to a safe position, and we need to get a battery pack on the Force TA to get it to fire up. All done, green lights are on, car just being held steady, battery disconnected. Kelvin bringing up the revs, managing the revs, and the car shudders as he lets out the clutch. 2.34 seconds on this 1300 supercharged machine. Quickly got through the sequential gears, and then there's the right-hander at the gate and the S's, and his time is 17.49. Now through the left-hand kink into saw bench. Smooth, no hassle there. Nice neat line up the middle of Castle Straight, moving over to the right and slides it opposite locking through Martini and over the finish line in 36.17. 36.17 for Kelvin Broad. So just waiting for more cars to come down on this qualifying run. All the drivers anxious to make sure everything is just right, maximise their chances. So next out, 61. It's the Force PC, this time with Paul Alexander at the wheel. cleaning up the tyres. Fronts are done, rears work in progress. When it gets to the actual top 12 runoff, then the teams have a certain time span where they have to present their cars ready to go. Yep, we're happy with the condition of the tyres on the Force PC. So Paul Alexander brings the 1300 turbo powered chassis to the start line. Brother Richard recorded 38.59. Lights are green. Brings up the revs and pulls away. 2.58 seconds on the launch. Paul Hames next to run. 7th in last year's British Championship. The Hayabusa powered GR55 Gould chassis, but the Hayabusa fitted with twin turbos. Delara Formula 3, previous Formula 3 racing cars for a number of seasons. So, Paul Alexander at the end of Castle Straight and around Martini in 52.48. As Paul Hames launches his bid to join the Elite 12 for the Runoff. Launched in 2.4 seconds exactly, out of the S's in 16.86. And now on the hill we have this shade and bright sunlight situation, so the driver's going from light to dark, and that's the case at the end, just in the braking area at Martini. And Hames slides the car through Martini on the old opposite block, car number 7 in the top paddock on 34.95. So that makes him 3rd fastest qualifier at the moment. Paul Croot with the Jaguar, 3-litre Jaguar powered OMS 28. Out of the S's in 18.68, neatly off up Castle Straight. And keeps away from all the obstacles on Martini to clock 39.05. That's car 64, 39.05, as it's a 2.53 second launch for Terry Graves with the Gould DJ 55 XD. 2.6 litre Cosworth engine, that's one of the Indy style motors. So a 2.53 second launch and a 17.97 split at the S's, as Dave Uran brings the GR55 Gould down to the start line. Took the Runoff victory at Chelsea Walsh back in June. So the 3.5 litre Nicholson McLaren engine now punching the GR55 across the parkland to the gate. And the time for Terry Graves, car number 65, was 37.76. So, and 16.88 in the S's, as Trevor Willis lines up on the start, the triple British champion. He's come up through the ranks, originally started with a self-built Westfield, and he's away off the line in 2.19 seconds. So the man from Meneth Wood doing a monster of a launch. Dave Uren completes his run in 34.83, 34.83. It's the second fastest qualifier. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 in the 34-second bracket. Trevor Willis then out of the S's in 16.08 with the OMS. How far up the order is this run going to make? Under control out of the Martini hairpin, 33.79 for car number 5, Trevor Willis. 33.79 goes the fastest qualifier at the moment. Next man to make his bid is on the hill in the form of Scott Moran, 6-time British champion, motorhome retailer from Ludlow. Leaves his braking late at the end of Castle Straight, sweeps through Martini for the 33.43. So the times keep falling. Sean Gould now, car number 3, away off the line. Sean not been a regular competitor this year, so maybe a bit match rusty, but a 2.31 second launch should hold him in good stead. What is he going to be in the S's? It's a 16.9. And now through the kink before Saul Bench, and it's a bid to carry as much speed along Castle Straight, which he does effectively, using the whole width of the track. Just rattles the markers. 35.38 for Sean Gould. Car number 3 with a 4-litre Judd-powered GR59J. Now the man on his way to the line, Alex Summers, took the victory in the top 12 runoff here yesterday afternoon and posted a new hill record of 32.94 seconds into the bargain. Don't know whether the conditions are going to allow a record challenge, but that won't stop these drivers from trying, and Summers is trying. 2.12 seconds on the launch with this IndyCar powered Firestorm, the DJ Firestorm chassis, and now up into the S's and out in 15.74. So the man from Headley and Arden showing good pace, and a tad bit of a slide on the exit of Saul Bench, but nothing dramatic. Neatly under braking and over the line in 32.96. There is 4 here yet, so he's just a tad outside, 200th outside yesterday's hill record. So this is a psychological game as well, you know. Wallace won't know that time, but he knows damn well that Alex is pushing like Billy-O this weekend, so the Scotsman's got it all to do. Should be good to get into qualifying, but it's a little bit more than that, and he eases away from the line with a 3.3 litre Cosworth. Launch time 2.11. Wasn't spectacular, but boy was it efficient. Through the gate into the S's. This is another important telltale. 15.82. So thereabouts, smooth into Saul Bench, no hassle, no drama, neat and tidy for the Scotsman. Now choosing his braking point on the approach to Martini, and round in 33.39. So not the ultimate time at this stage, but it's the top 12 runoff that matters. As we now have Andy Tippett in Class M, sports racing and racing cars built before 1971 on the hill with the Brabham BT30. We'll bring you the top 12 qualifiers as soon as we have the official list from the championship organisers. We wouldn't want to preempt anything, make an error, so we have to wait for the official verdict, so to speak. Let's see how Tippett is doing out of the S's in 21.82. Now rounding Martini with his venerable Brabham in 44.89. 44.89, that's identical time to his second practice run. So that was the last car uphill. Well, 160A is the last car up the hill in effect. That's the double driven minis, because it's the minis we're going to see back in action prior to the top 12 runoffs, which will be the finale of today's event here at Wiscombe Park, brought to you by the Woolbridge Motor Club. And time for Steve Harris in the Kevin Taylor Mini, car 160A, 51.80 for Steve Harris. So we'll take a breather whilst we bring those cars back down the hill, get the minis organised, and then go forward to the top 12 runoff for round 24 of the British Hillclimb Championships, presented by Avon Tyres. So we have the official run-off list and the order in which the cars will run. And we have one double-driven car, which of course is the Gould GR59J, shared by Sean Gould and Matthew Ryder. So Sean will be the first out of the blocks. He will make his run, and that car will be returned to the paddock and readied for Matthew Ryder to take over a little bit later. But our qualifiers then are obviously Sean Gould and Matthew Ryder, but the order of running will be Sean Gould first. He qualified on 35.38. Jonathan Varley next, Darren Gumley next on 36.03. And then Jonathan Varley with a qualifying time of 35.42. Then we'll be looking to Einan Price, number 10th, qualified on 35.22 with the Force TA. Paul Hames next, car number 7 on 34.95. Richard Spedding, car 53, on 34.92. Richard then be followed by Dave Uren with the GR55 on 34.83, car number 6. Matthew Ryder will be next to run, car 63. He qualified on 34.34. Trevor Willis then will be the man into the action on 33.79 with the OMS, car number 5. And the final 3, Scott Moran qualifying on 33.43 with the Judd powered Gould, car number 4. Then car number 1, the reigning champion Wallace Menges on 33.39 as a qualifying time. And the last to run, Alex Summers, who took the victory here yesterday, driving car number 2, the DJ Firestorm, in a time of 32.96. That was his qualifying time, just 0.02 of a second off his record of yesterday. So we may well have a new record. You never know. The force of competition, the heat of competition may drive the performances that way. But we've got the minis out first before we revisit the single-seaters. Once they're all back into the paddock area, been fettled up, checked over, and prepared for this, the top 12 runoff for round 24 of the British Hillclimb Championship.
For anyone's on the hill who's lost a Peugeot key, anyone on the hill that has lost a Peugeot key, if you like to go back to where you crossed the track at the crossing, your key is there. So you won't get too far because we have your Peugeot key.
So all looking good on the hill. Everything's swept, ready to go for the minis. The course car just coming back down, having supervised the crossing, the spectator crossing up track of Saw Bench. So once that's all closed and locked off, the course vehicle can proceed down the hill. Back to its allotted space at Wiss corner, and then we can bring out the cars of the Downton Motor Club. Stuart Sampson first out with the 1380cc Clubman. First climb of 44.75 for the Ferndown driver was a class record. So having a good season, numerous records for Stuart out of this car in the 2022, getting used to this new acquisition. It's taken records at Clay Pigeon, Lowton Park, a new one here at Wiscombe, Llandau and Epping. So we'll be looking to see if we can improve on that mark, that 44.75. And he will be given that opportunity very soon as he comes down to the start line. 1380cc engine, producing in the area of 125 brake horsepower. Previously competed in a turbocharged Mini, which still under more further development, could come back onto the hills. So the 1380cc Clubman very much to the left hand side of the track, got the green light, So the motor engineer is away in 2.86 seconds. Approaches Bunny's Leap, gets the braking done, gets the front wheel drive to pull it through. That right-hander into the S's and through in 21.53. Good progress through the kink up to Saul Bench. And again, front wheel drive working hard, pulling it along Castle Straight. 21.53 out of the S's. Are we going to get an improvement on 44.75? We have. It's a 44.33 for Stuart Sampson, a new class record. As 152. Zach Cobb rather, is on the track, and it's Ethan on the start line. Brothers Cobb with their BMW Cooper S's. Both are 53s, but I hear whistles and I see flags. So no time in the S's for Zach Cobb. But marshals are on the move. So we've got a bit of work to do on course by the looks of things. So that was the start of the Downton Motor Club classes. The Downton Motor Club started off in recent years as the Downton Engineering Works Social Club, started by Steve Harris, who in his younger years was an apprentice at the tuning company in the village of Downton near Salisbury. And the club has come on leaps and bounds across the seasons. And of course, a great number of motoring luminaries have competed in minis. Gordon Spice out on the circuits, and of course Paddy Hopkirk on the rallies. And Paddy Hopkirk passed this week, unfortunately, at the age of 89, I think. But he was the man who started to make the Mini the legend that it has become by winning the Monte Carlo rally. And then I think appearing on television on the Sunday night at the London Palladium. That was a marketing coup for BMC at the time. So those on the lower part of the hill would have heard that announcement from race control that we have an incident, which you probably obviously witnessed, but driver is out and inspected and A-OK. And I no doubt that information will be relayed to Ethan Cobb on the start line. And now we have to recover the BMW Mini, which presumably is in the greenery somewhere at the bottom section of the S's, just after the gate, no doubt. That gives the marshals on other parts of the hill opportunity to have a little bit of a sweep, a bit of a tidy up. Best practice there, keeping everything in good condition. Apart from running classes at hill climbs, etc., the Downton Motor Club put on track days as well as running this speed championship. So plenty to be had there for those with a interest in minis. If you haven't visited Pat Jennings and looked at his book In the Paddock, it's probably a good time to do so, as the queue and the crowd has reduced a little bit. It was very busy towards the catering establishment early on, as Pat sells his new publication entitled The View from the Commentary Box, the first and only book on Southwest grassroots motorsport, which basically covers autocross and hill climb events. Been well received by competitors and the motoring press, with professional reviews coming from Marcus Pye, correspondent of Autosport and a long-time hill climb reporter and competitor at times. And Marcus is quoted, "Nobody is better qualified to have corralled this information. It's a bargain for the motorsport enthusiast wishing to know more." So you have 333 A4 pages, 277 driver profiles, 209 event reports of a full length, and 55 event reports in a more abbreviated short profile, 156 photographs, logos and program covers, all included for just £19.95. So 333 A4 pages, which actually physically weighs in at over £3. So that's a good bang for your buck, I reckon. £19.95 for all that info, and you can get your copy from Pat just adjacent to the ice cream vendor or the bar, just in that vicinity anyway. And I have seen him out autographing the odd copy or not, so if you ask, you may well get. So Ethan Cobb getting back into the Mini, and they're going to presumably reposition the car away from the start line so we can get some more support vehicles up on the hill. This year's the 60th anniversary of the British Hillclimb Championship, visiting Wiscombe Park. So a long heritage there. And the hill climb started here back in the late 50s. I think it might have been 58 or 59. But not on the course that we see today. The original course went from today's start up to Saw Bench and curtailed there, and then after a couple of seasons the extension was made to take it up to Martini. So the clerk of the course just announcing there's quite extensive work required to bring back everything to a safe level. We'll have to reband some of the tyre barriers that have separated under the impact. So once the car is recovered, there'll be a bit of work to do to reinstate all the safety procedures. So apart from the marshals on duty here on behalf of the Woolbridge Motor Club, some members, some from other clubs, we also have a team that back up Wiscombe Limited, and they will be brought into the equation. They've just gone up in their vehicle to reconstruct any safety barriers, tyres, etc. So it'll be a frenzy of activity. But as you'll have seen, the first priority is to ensure the health and well-being of the driver, hence the rapid scrambling of the ambulance, doctor and the course vehicles. But glad to report that driver A-OK, so Zach Cobb has passed the doctor's test. So now leaves the driver on site to witness the recovery of his motor car. Normally in this sort of circumstances, when we have a delay, my sidekick commentator Dave Pearce, unfortunately unable to be here today because of the old COVID situation. We'd probably be talking about catering or fudge or whatever. So I must remind you that there's probably fudge available at the catering outlet in the paddock area. And Dave actually texted me last night and said fudge, fudge, fudge. So yeah, and it is impeccable. It's superb fudge. So it's worth checking out if you're a fan of such things, because various flavours are usually available, as they are with the ice creams as well. So in a lull like this, good idea to have a visit to the caterers and the bar as well. So while we have the opportunity of a bit of recovery, downtime whilst the recovery goes on, glad to be able to introduce to you Stuart Webster, who's the commercial lead for the British Hillclimb Championship. He's just been volunteered to help out and fill some time. So he's in the commentary position, and I'm going to pass the headset across to Stuart. So thank you very much, Stuart. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jeff, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So, as Jeff said there, I'm the commercial lead for the British Hillclimb Championship, and I look after anything commercial-wise, sponsorship-wise, etc. And we really are in a very exciting time for the championship. We probably had the best season for some considerable period of time from a championship perspective. With it being so close at the top, after this weekend's event, we start to move into drop scores. Drivers are able to drop 6 of their scores during a season. Alex Summers, who currently, according to my fag packet calculations, so these aren't official, is 6 points behind Wallace Menzies in the championship. Has a 0 to drop after a fuel pump failure at Harewood Hillclimb earlier on this season. Wallace doesn't have the pleasure of a 0 to drop, so the 6 points between them are really nothing, and I think Alex has the slight edge as we move into the very end of our championship. So just behind Alex in his DJ and Wallace in his Gould is Scott Moran. As you can see, Scott qualified pretty well for this afternoon's runoff in 3rd place with a subclass record time of 33.43. and Scott will be looking to win this runoff because to give Scott an opportunity to have a tilt at the title in the last 3 events of the season, he really needs to start winning today. Sorry, Scott. And he will be looking to challenge the existing course record of 33.13 seconds. And the reason I mentioned the 33.13 seconds existing course record before yesterday is that anybody who goes under that record in a runoff gets an extra point. And as it's so tight this season, that's going to become increasingly more important as the season comes to an end. So that's Wallace in his Gould, Alex in the DJ, and Scott in the Judd Engine Gould, who are our current top 3. Backing them up and having his best season for a little while with some really good results recently is a 3 times ex-champion Trevor Willis in his OMS. He again has qualified well this weekend. After his 3rd place yesterday, he has qualified 4th today and is very, very close to the existing class record. So that has been another excellent performance by Trevor. Qualifying 5th, we've got young Matt Ryder. Matt is 26 years old, although when you see him in his civvies, he looks about 18. But yes, he's been. It's his first year in a top class single seater. He's sharing the Works Gould, which the family part own with the Gould family for this season for the first time, and he broke the outright hill record at Harewood back in July of this year. Which caught everybody's attention to say this guy's a star of the future, and undoubtedly he is a star of the future. He's lying 5th overall in the championship right now, and he has qualified 5th for this runoff as well. Dave Uren, who had a interesting day yesterday, for those of you who were here, he had a battery fire as he was coming to the start line, which emitted a significant amount of smoke. Looked a lot worse than it was, but unfortunately prevented him taking his qualifying run. And the qualifying run that he is so important for you to get yourself into the runoffs at the end of the day. But he'll be very pleased with himself that he's qualified an excellent 6th place today. I was speaking to him yesterday, and he has had a little bit of a difficult time in the Channel Islands and here with right-hand hairpins. So watch out for him at Saw Bench when he takes the right-hand hairpin yesterday, because he was convincing himself that he'd forgotten how to turn right at one point during this weekend when he was struggling to get around Saw Bench in qualifying yesterday. And qualifying in 7th place and also right now in 7th in the championship is Richard Spedding in his little Hayabusa engines GWR Raptor. This is a really special little car, very lightweight, built up in the just over the Scottish border by Graham White Racing. That's what GWR stands for. Richard is the fastest of the GWRs which are out on the hills right now. He finished in 7th place in the runoff yesterday, and he's having a good season after a season where he had difficulty last year when he was running a turbocharged engine. So he had significant reliability problems there. Einan Price will be very pleased to be in the runoffs today. Einan has changed his engine in his car this year, and he found it quite difficult to get himself into the runoffs. He got himself into the runoff yesterday with an excellent 9th place after qualifying in 10th. So the 2 points are very welcome for that 9th place, and of course he has also qualified for today's runoff in 9th place too. So Einan is always a spectacular driver, so one to watch, ex-rally driver. Still likes to kick the tail out of the car, so very spectacular style, so watch out for Einan when he's out on the hill. Qualifying 10th, we've got Jonathan Varley. Jonathan is really having a particularly good season this year. This is another GWR, but a slightly different car. This is a different model of GWR, and it's got a 2-litre motorcycle-based engine in the back, which is actually based on 2 motorcycles engines off one common crankshaft. It's a 2-litre engine. It sounds fantastic, and it goes like stink too. As I said, he's having a fantastic season. Not only is he qualified for the runoffs here today, but he is leading the class-based championship, which follows the British Championship, the BHC Cup, sponsored by Footman James, the classic insurance broker. He is looking to score some points today and also solidify his place at the top of the BHC Cup from his work this weekend. So watch out for Jonathan, watch out for the sound. It really does make a fantastic noise. And qualifying in 12th place, we've got Darren Gumbley. Darren also forgot how to turn right in the Channel Islands. I was watching Radio Hairpin there, and he's spun in exactly the same space of track twice on his 2 qualifying runs. So he would be relieved to have been able to get through Sawbedge Hairpin this weekend and qualify for the runoff. So well done, Darren. All joking aside, a fantastic performance by yourself this weekend to get yourself into the runoffs. Unfortunately, didn't score yesterday, but I think he's got a great chance of getting himself a point today if he keeps it on the island. And then finally, the first runner in the runoff that we've got this afternoon when we get this car recovered is Sean Gould. Sean Gould is it's a father and son team that own the actual Gould racing car company. The first ever Gould was built in 1983, 1984, and it's actually called the Gould 84. Still running, and it won the championship with Chris Kramer in 1985. It was built in David's garage in Newbury back in 84-85, and this car is one to see. But there's been many versions of Gould which have come out since then, and the latest iteration is the Gould GR59, which Sean is sharing this today with Matthew Ryder. Sean's been away from the sport since a shoulder injury put him out for this season, which he's had operated on, and got himself back to some sort of fitness so he can now get in and out of the car without help. And Sean, although a little bit rusty, didn't score a point yesterday, got himself 11th in the runoffs. He'll be looking also to get himself on the points this afternoon, so watch out for Sean. He's usually a very attacking driver. Just to mention before I pass back to Jeff of our sponsors, really very, very pleased to still have the support of Avon Tyres, who have supported the championship now for many years. They have been very loyal to us and also very loyal to the sport. So if you look when you're looking at the cars, particularly the racing cars, when they come to the line, the vast majority of them will be on Avon Tyres. And also many thanks also for our sponsor Footman James, the classic vehicle insurance broker, who are a Midlands based business, and they have been sponsoring us now for 2 years in the Cup. They're hoping. I'm hoping that a meeting with them in a few weeks' time will take us into a 3rd year with those guys too. So hopefully that's been vaguely interesting for you all. Hopefully that's filled a little bit of time. Do hang around and watch the runoffs, because the runoffs is by far the most exciting part of the day. The drivers will really be pushing on. Watch out for any driver that goes under 33.13, which was the record before the weekend started. And also watch out for somebody breaking the outright record, which Alex reset yesterday. Alex Summers reset at 32.94. So watch for a sub 32.94, because that'll be a new outright record for the hill climb as well. And thank you for listening to me, and I'll pass you back to Jeff.
Thank you very much, Stuart, for that insight, a detailed insight to the top contenders of the championship, many of whom are obviously, we've just outlined, going to be in action in the runoff once we get live and have the run through the minis. Work continues just the S's side of the gate on the recovery. The car is out. A lot of oil has been put down, so that has to be treated, brushed in, and then the excess removed, having allowed it to absorb any fluids, any fuel or oil. And I think the Mini is on the spectacle lift, so hopefully will be able to be recovered quite soon, and that will enable us to get back into action. Interesting, whilst Stuart was giving us that insight, and yet the recovery vehicle's making its way up the hill with the Mini, so it has to be deposited in the top paddock and then the recovery vehicle returned to its post. But progress is really quite rapid at the moment. Marshall's still brushing away, but as I was saying, during Stuart's little insight there, I was just watching some of the feed that was going out to the world on the internet, and they were playing back some clips from over the weekend, and quite interesting to see some of the lines that the drivers are taking, particularly at the two hairpins, the right-hander Martini, which as Stuart was telling us, some of the drivers have got those right-handers, and of course then we have the right-hander at Saul Bench and then the left-hander at Martini. Some drivers take it very tight, others take a wider route and avoid some of the camber, which is on the tight line, particularly should probably say at Martini, though the tight line at Saul Bench can catch people out as well. So it's been quite an eventful weekend looking at these replay clips, people going up banks and coming back down again, and engines blowing up and things like that. But we don't want any more of that. It's time just to deliver some competitive motorsport, and I'm sure that's what the Minis and the Hillclimb Championship contenders will do, because as Stuart mentioned, this is the the highlight of the day. Proved very entertaining yesterday, and we hope we'll do so again today. Marshals all now making their way back to their various posts, having been called down to assist with the work and the recovery that was required. It's good to know that Zach came out a-okay, a bit shaken and stirred, but nothing more than that, so that is good. But it's just a reminder of yes, you know, motorsport can be dangerous, and we have to approach it accordingly, make sure all the risks are mitigated and all the precautions are in place. And we saw that work superbly a little bit earlier. It's sad to see these things actually happen, but you know, it's good to observe all the processes working correctly and effectively. So well done to everybody who was involved in that. And all now returning to post, Doctor back to West Corner, and we can start to think about getting the Minis into action. Zach Cobb's brother Ethan will be the first to run, and he's belting up now with his R53. And very quickly down to the start line, Woolbridge Motor Club, as ever, on the ball, pushing things on. Clerk of the course, everything under control. Jason Hayes has his team well honed and drilled, and we've got the red light at the start line as we go hill climbing with the Downton Motor Club. And first of all, Ethan Cobb from Wimborne in Dorset, part of the Bournemouth conurbation really. Ethan's a double glazing fitter by occupation. Started hill climbing back in 2019 when he and Zach shared a Peugeot 206 GTI, but Ethan bought the car he's competing in today just last year. So it's an R53, kitted out obviously with the standard supercharger but modified engine bits. Technical things like a 15% reduced supercharger pulley, obviously very important. Drilled airbox and catback exhaust, Bilstein shock absorbers, thicker roll bar, etc., all to improve the performance. And now Ethan's about to display the benefit of all those improvements. He's off the line in 3.443 seconds and goes through the gate, trying not to look at the hole in the hedge made by his brother. Out of the S's in 23.99, and now he swings right through saw bench, powers away, front wheel drive, pulling the car out of the hairpin. Good progress along Castle Straight, and now it's the left hand hairpin. No dramas there, and a time of 48.35 for Ethan Cobb. So that completes his day's motorsport. As on the hill you have Wayne Blacker with his BMW Mini Cooper S. Out of the S's in 24.02. As away from the line goes Derek Kessel, but Blacker now along Castle Straight and three wheels it through Martini to clock 47.91. So Derek Kessel making good progress, having launched in 2.68 seconds. Clocks at 21.45 at the S's, and now his experience shows that he finds a tight line on the exit of Saw Bench. Knows just where to brake for Martini, gets that on the button, round the hairpin, and 43.91 for car 155. Derek Kessel, the space-framed Maguire Mini. Now departure from the Mini theme on the start line. 157 Simon Fox with his Renault Clio. He'll be following up Stephen Jarrett, who's on the hill at the moment. Stephen out of Saw Bench, coming along Castle Straight. A building construction individual from Wimborne with this Quaife LSD equipped Mini, and that LSD helped him round the hairpins and record a time of 49.27. This car 156, 49.27. Simon Fox with the Clio then. Simon from Montacute, works as an engineer at Leonardo Helicopters in Yeovil, and Simon clocks us 26.87 at the S's and over the finish line in 55.24. So Derek Kessel, the fastest in Class R, the Downton Motor Club division, as Graham Gonzalez takes a time of 22.57 out of the S's, and the Cardiff man goes over the finish line in a time of 46.20. It's Graham Gonzalez 159, time of 46.20. So just Kevin Taylor to run, I think, by the looks of things. Yep, round Martini and over the finish line. And the Mini Man car 160 takes a climb of 50.78. So Derek Kessel taking the win there with the Mini, the Maguire Mini, on a climb of 43.91. So that completes the interclub part of today's event. As we see Alan Foster going up the hill on his way home with the picnic hamper on the back of the Morgan. Well, that's what you do with a Morgan after a good weekend's motorsport. So whilst we're bringing the Minis down, no doubt there is frenetic work being carried on in the paddock, readying the cars that are coming out for the top 12 runoffs that we've been discussing and anticipating, the highlight and the finale of today's meeting. As Stuart said, Sean Gould will be the first out, having a car that's double driven with Matthew Ryder, so we will see him up the hill and then returned to the main paddock area so that they can perform the driver swap. And as Stuart told us, the criticality and how close the championship is going to be. There may be a few points separating Wallace and Alex at the moment, but the drop score scenario is about to kick in, and that complicates the situation somewhat, and really demonstrates the criticality that the drivers need to maximise every additional point, as Stuart pointed out, with any addition you might get for a new hill record or getting under the existing record. So that's all very important. The Mini boys coming out of the top paddock now, waving and gesturing thanks to the marshals, and we repeat that sterling work by those in orange suits and those not in orange suits, all performed and done good tasks throughout the 2 days of this Woolbridge Motor Club meeting here at Wiscombe Park. We now have a month off, so to speak, from hill climbs here at Wiscombe Park, but we pick up the hill climb gauntlet again, so to speak, in September, where we have a flourish of meetings through to the end of the season, and the first of those will be the 5 clubs, a double header at the beginning of September, and we'll be looking at, of course, the Tillicoultry Quarries Wiscombe Park Championship and other regional championships one make championships, etc. So that's September the 3rd and 4th, Saturday, Sunday, September the 3rd and 4th. The following week, which will be the final week of competition here at Wiscombe for 2022, is a split between cars and motorcycles. The Saturday event on September the 10th, brought to Wiscombe by the Southwest Centre of the MG Car Club, will be a Tillicoultry Quarries Championship event, but will also, of course, as one would expect of the MG Car Club, to have classes that cater for their own cars of the MG mark. So we'll have the original TFs, etc., all the way through to the modern cars. Even some of the very contemporary cars occasionally from the Chinese owner. So all different aspects of the MG Car Club, other classics and kit cars, etc., be on track then on September the 10th, and the next day, Sunday, September the 11th, the final day of the season. It's time for the National Hillclimb Association to appear in their own right. That's the motorcycle contingent, and they've supported a number of the car events here at Wiscombe Park, where we've done cars and motorcycles together. But September the 11th, they have the place to themselves. Have a super big entry, solos, combinations, sidecars, etc., all through the different capacities. The commitment of some of the guys has to be seen to believe. So that's 4 events basically brought to us by 3 organisers on September the 3rd, 4th, 10th and 11th. And if you're not already familiar, and I guess some of you are because you're here, you visited the Wiscombe website or the Facebook page. I've got events details, and of course you can buy your tickets online, which is the thing to do these days. So that's the events through to the end of the season, which is all very well, but now it's time to focus on the top 12 runoff, round 24 of the British Hillclimb Championship. And as we've said, first man to show, Sean Gould, running as number 3, his finishing position in last year's championship. Coming back to the fray following injury, so difficult to play yourself back in, particularly at the speeds we've been seeing on the hill this weekend. But Sean wasting no further time, no more ado, as he does his tyre warm-outs. Front of the car just lifting virtually off the ground as he feeds the power in, and then up to the start line. Sean qualified on a time of 35.38. Out of the points yesterday. I think he would be happy to get amongst the points this afternoon. How far up the order can he proceed? Off the line then, 2.22 seconds. So a good start to his challenge. And from Huntingford, now on the brakes through the gate into the S's. And we look to see what the time is there. It's a 16.4. And he's already up to Saul Bench. Lifts a wheel on the exit as he rides the curb, and then Castle Straight. The clock ticking as he brakes for the Martini hairpin, and around he goes in 34.07. 34.07 is our opener for today's British Hillclimb Championship runoff, and that's a good deal better than the time Sean recorded yesterday, which was a 35.61. So he's knocking on for 1.4 of a second off of his qualifying time. So progress is being made as he comes back to the sport. and a force to be reckoned with going forward. So Sean he's actually already on the way down. You can see even as they cruise down the hill, the stiffness of the chassis as they come round some of the bends. They lift one of the front wheels, the chassis so stiff. And even during the time runs, lifting wheels on the approach to Wisk Corner just after the start line, also in the S's. All aided by these super sticky tyres and the momentum that allows the drivers to take and carry through the bends. So Judd Gould cruising back down, the team waiting in the paddock to get Sean out and Matthew in. Most importantly for Matthew Ryder, the car comes back, no bits hanging off of it. And after a quick check through the car, then it'll be ready to go. We now look to Darren Gumbley as the next to run in this runoff. Darren, yeah, as we said earlier, qualified yesterday and will be out again with the 1600 Force TA. Darren's time in the runoff yesterday was 36.18 and today he qualified 36.03. So perhaps it's familiarity. The drivers really just finding that little bit more time. Now they've had a few more runs up the hill. So 51, Darren Gumbley from Tenbury Wells with the Force TA. 1600 cc's, takes on 2.65 Indy Cosworth, 3.3 litre Cosworths and 4 litre Judds. But so far very well with a launch of 2.28 seconds. And Gumbley's over Barney's Leap into the wooded section and the S's. His progress there is 17.75 as he negotiates saw bench hairpin without any harm and into Martini. 36.76, 36.76 for Darren Gumbley. So it goes second behind Sean Gould. But it's early days. Jonathan Varley next to run with this very rapid combination, Jonathan and the GWR Predator, and quickly off the line 2.47 seconds and carrying good momentum across the parkland towards the gate, through the gate, and now the critical evidence of his progress. It's 17.04 at the S's, and smoothly with a tad of opposite lock coming out of saw bench. Eyes in on the braking point for Martini and understeers into the bank halfway through. Just a gentle nudge, no problem to driver, but big problem to his aspirations. And Jonathan sits there staring at the bank, probably muttering a little bit, having a little bit of a curse. Marshall quietly approaches and inquires as to his well-being, and Jonathan gesticulates, and the marshals are now, the car doesn't appear to want to move. Is it locked in? It's in gear. It's locked in gear. No, being able to move it slightly, but it's not rolling freely, and that's a bit better. And we'll get the car reversed into the escape road. So a fell for Jonathan Varley. Just have to assess the state of the car and then decide what's the best course of action. And it appears that it's been decided have some bodies, gather bodies and push it way up the escape road out of harm's way. So Jonathan really pushing on there, but not getting to the top. So there's only one further driver to drop out of the 12 when we reduce that to 10 points scorers. Marshall's out, just sweeping up the little bit of debris that's been brought about by the visit of the GWR to the bank. These things happen in competitive motorsport when you're driving on the limit. And on an 11-foot track at these speeds, there's not much room for error. So sweeping up, all accomplished, all spick and span up at Martini. Marshall's coming back to their posts. So we'll be looking to Einan Price as the next runner. He's up with the engine fired up and ready to come to the start line. Einan, a spirited competitor, and as Stuart alluded to early on, of course, has a history in road rallying. Back in the Motoring News series, I seem to recall, for those of you who've got motorsport memories that go back that far. So we're quite used to seeing Einan throwing the car around, and he has produced some stunning performances here. Some virtuoso performances, shall we say, from smaller engine cars, and let's hope that this could be one as he's off the line, gone up 10 in 2.23 seconds. So Einan Price on a mission with the Force TA, a normally aspirated engine, and out of the S's in 17.20, so down on Varley's time, but carrying speed through Saw Bench unabated and sliding it opposite, locking it on the exit. But red flags out at Saw Bench, and I've not seen the car appear up Castle Straight. So was that opposite lock moment, did it get away from him a little bit? Or has the car expired? Marshals aren't rushing anywhere, so there's nothing of an urgent nature. So Clark, the courses team, announcing the driver is okay, as we assume. And now Marshall's going to assist in the recovery. So we've now dealt with two of the non-scorers by default. Jonathan Varley and Einan Price have determined that themselves without getting to the top of the hill. So next man to run once we're up and running again will be Paul Hames. Paul qualified on a time of 34.95 with the Gould GR59, powered by the Suzuki Hayabusa twin turbo. Get that low down power from this 1300 turbocharged motor. And Paul, originally introduced to the sport by his father and his uncle, who is Steve Snell, a man who still competes here in the single-seater classes with a Rolt from time to time. And Paul then went on to win the Leaders' Championship, which is what we now call the British Hillclimb Cup. That was about the turn of the millennium, in 2001, in fact, when he was competing with a Mallock Sports Racer chassis, a Mark 1820, in fact, which was powered by a BDG motor. And then the course was to single-seaters, and Paul got involved with Alan Warburton, who's competing here this weekend with a Dallara F397. So that was originally a circuit racing Formula 3 car, which all the budding, aspiring world champions would do. Formula 3, Formula 2, and then Formula 1, hopefully, if their pockets were deep enough. Then Paul stayed with the Dallara theme, but put a V6 engine in the back of one, and then a Vauxhall in the back, and in 2010 took the Leaders' Championship, or the British Hillclimb Cup, once again. So 2014 brought the Gould GR59 to Paul's Farnham base, and that's the car we see him in today. So he's just fired up the Hayabusa. The 1300 turbo propels the car to the start line. Paul's time in the runoff yesterday was 34.93, and he qualified on 35.54. Qualified on 34.95 today, so his qualifying time wasn't as quick as it was yesterday, but it's the runoff that matters. So it's now his performance that is key once he gets the green light on the start line. Paul's taken a position more towards the right of the track at the start line. Whether there's anything to be read into that, perhaps he feels there's a tad more rubber. Certainly the area at the start line is a bit blacker than it was yesterday morning, so the starts across 2 days have laid a certain amount of rubber. And the car's fired up again. So now goes through the start procedure. Green light is on. Farnham driver gets ready. All the lights have gone out on the start line. But he goes and launches in 2.44 seconds. A quick exit out of the left-hander at Wisk Corner, through into the S's. So 16.86 in the S's, so the only faster man there was probably Sean Gould, and slides the back end of the GR59 under power out of Saul Bench. Smooth braking into Martini and around without any errors. 34.83 for Paul Hames. 34.83. I reckon that slots him into second place behind Sean Gould. As down to the line comes car number 53, Richard Spedding, of course. Another man who's been known to stage some giant killing efforts on hill climb courses, and here at Wiscombe was one in case. I think he took a win here back in 2017, the year he took a third place overall in the British Hillclimb Championship. Now the 1600 Suzuki-based Mistral powered GWR Raptor, as Stuart was telling us earlier on, built just over the border in Scotland by Graham White. ran a supercharged engine in 2021, but now back to normally aspirated. And away off the line for Richard Spedding from Barnsley in South Yorkshire. Launches in 2.25 seconds. Richard's time in the runoff yesterday, 35.11, as he's into the S's and away in 16.61. So up on everybody bar Sean Gould at that point. And good progress along Castle Straight, using all the track, and just nudges the curb on the way out of Martini, 34.73. So he takes 1/10 of a second off of second man Paul Hames to slot himself in between leader Sean Gould and Paul, who will drop to third place. So top three qualifiers in this runoff in the 34-second bracket. As Dave Uren, who didn't quite make the runoff yesterday after the back end and the battery cover ignited on the GR55, but that's out of his mind now as he concentrates on maximising his point score. 6th in the championship as he goes through the gate into the S's, and his time there is a 16.81, so 2/10 down on Spedding, 5/100ths up on Paul Hames. And now the power along Castle Straight from this 3.5 litre motor should pay back as he rounds Martini without problems to record 34.42, 34.42, which moves him into second place above Richard Spedding, leaving Sean Gould still at the top of the order. And it's the Sean Gould machine that's coming back to the line now, with co-owner Matthew Ryder at the wheel. He's involved in tyre warming and of a most ferocious type, and now on to the start line. Matthew Ryder qualified on a time of 34.34. Yesterday in the runoff he achieved 33.69. Whether the conditions are on that part, I don't know. Obviously Alex Summers was setting some good times a little bit earlier in the afternoon. 2.26 for Matthew Ryder away off the start line in car number 63. Leyland in Lancashire, 4th in the runoff here last year. Time in the S is 16.30, neatly into Martini, but floored all the markers on the way round, but it pays back because he scores a time of 33.65 to go to the top of the table. So Matthew Ryder taking the shortest route possible around Martini. The marshals out swiftly to stand the pins, almost like Skittles this. But they're all up and standing. But Matthew Ryder at the top of the order now, as Trevor Willis is next to run. Trevor, the 3-time champion with the OMS 28. Trevor recorded a 33.57 in the runoff yesterday. Qualified a tad slower than that today on 33.79, but way off the line in 2.28 seconds. So the Hayabusa engines now forming a V8, one V8 unit in the back, propelling the OMS through the S's in a time of 16.12. So that's the fastest time in the S's we've seen to date. And Trevor controlled slide on the exit of Sawbench, measured the power and handled it very well, smoothly through Martini in a 33.68, just 300ths of a second down on Ryder. So Willis moves into second place, Sean Gould drops to third, Dave Uren fourth, Spedding fifth, Paul Hames in sixth. Scott Moran then. 3 drivers to go. Moran, Wallace Menzies and Alex Summers. Moran 6 times Hillclimb champion. With the 4-litre Judd and using that torque off the line in 2.29 seconds. So the Ludlow driver now opening up the power across Bunny's Leap through the gate and the S's. Let's see how he's performing there. It's a 15.99, so the pressure builds and the pace grows all the way. Neatly deals with Sawbench, no problem there. Rapidly up Castle Straight, just wobbles the markers to score a 32.98. 32.98 for Scott Moran. That will put him to the top of the table. Ryder second, Willis third. So now the reigning champion, Wallace Menzies, as Stuart said earlier on, leading the championship, but very mindful now of dropped scores. So this is controlled aggression, is what's needed now from the drivers. They've spent 2 days driving here at Wiscombe, got a fair idea of where there may be some time to be gained. Now is the opportunity to execute. Wallace has got the green light and is away in 2.1 seconds, so that's probably the fastest launch time we've seen. Feathers the throttle over Bunny's Leap before he gets on the brakes for the gate, trying to save time at every possible place. 15.92, so the fastest in the split at the S's, and he's through Sawbench without any problems and now approaches Martini smoothly through there and over the line in 32.95, so snatches the lead by 300ths of a second. It appears that the record isn't under threat, we said at one stage, with the conditions changing, but such is the competition. So now, yes, Stuart very quickly pointed out, we're under the benchmark record, so there's extra points on offer. And as he mentioned earlier on, that is all critical and will no doubt be at season's end. So the last run of the day down to Alex Summers. A new record is what he posted at this stage yesterday. Launches in 2.18 seconds. And his record from yesterday was 32.94. But these last 2 runs have been under the previous record of Wallace Menzies of 33.13. So it's 15.83 in the S's. That's the fastest. Man from Henley and Arden now making the most of the power along Castle Straight, smoothly around Martini and over the finish line in 33.16. So just misses out on that ultimate position of taking a double across the weekend. So Alex Summers slotting into 3rd place by my rapid reckoning, but the fastest on the run now, Wallace Menzies on 32.95. Scott Moran second fastest on 32.98. Both those getting bonus points for being under the previous record. And then 3rd place Alex Summers with a 33.16. Matthew Ryder takes 4th on 33.65, ahead of Trevor Willis, who was just 0.03 of a second in arrears in 5th place. Sean Gould moved up the table compared with yesterday with that climb of 34.07, giving him a 6th place finish, with Dave Uren coming in 7th on 34.42, Richard Spedding in 8th, Paul Hames and Darren Gumbley being the last points scorer. So if you're on the hill, please hang on for those cars to come back down the hill. Great opportunity to give them some applause for their performances in the last, particularly in the last few minutes, but across the 2 days here at Wiscombe Park. Give them some applause, wave your hands and your arms and your legs, even throw a hat or two as long as they don't come on to the track. Once we've got a few vehicles up the hill to carry out a few tasks, we can then bring those top drivers back down the hill and we can applaud their efforts. So that brings to the end the competitive section on the hill today. 2 days of cracking speed hill climbing brought to you by the Wallbridge Motor Club. On behalf of the club, I'd like to again thank all the marshals and officials for their efforts across the weekend, all volunteers, so we greatly appreciate their efforts, and thank also the time and effort put in by those behind Wiscombe Limited and of course the Chichester family, who are our landowners here at Wiscombe Park. So Inan Price making his way back down the hill. Just a quick nod and a wave to the marshals to say thank you for all the efforts, as we have just done. So I'd just like to say, if you're making your way home, going through the local villages, please attend to the speed restrictions, because there have been known to be speed traps out after an event. Drive respectfully and carefully. Thank you for your support this weekend. We look forward to seeing you back to Wiscombe Park later in the season. So from Jeff Pickett in the commentary position, safe journey home and good afternoon to you.